Do we
Ready?
have a quorum? 1, 2.
Good morning, everyone. Today is September the 1st, 2020. The time is 10:06 a.m. Councilor Donald, you may start your meeting.
Thank you. To all council members, the mayor, the attorneys, and all involved. Today, this agenda for a council meeting on Tuesday, September the 1st, 2020 at 10 o'clock. It is now 10:07 a.m. It's outlined below. Other matters and information for council follows the agenda. We'll open up with a silent word of prayer, please. As we do a silent word of prayer, let us pray for our children, our administrative staff and support staff that is going back to school this morning, which was Jefferson County. Let us pray for these children because this morning was hectic for them, as well as myself, getting them on the computers and started on a new wave of education, the virtual wave of education. Let us have a silent word of prayer, please. Amen. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander,
Present.
Councilor Collier,
Present.
Councilor Marshall,
Present.
Councilor Matthews,
Present.
Councilor Thickpan,
Present.
Councilor Crusoe,
Present.
Councilor Donald.
Present.
You have 7 present, no absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Thank you all. I can see Attorney Payton and Attorney Harris is here in my office. Item number 4, Ms. Taylor.
Approval of minutes from August 18th and August 19th, 2020.
Council, do you have any questions and or concerns?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
yeah, in the minutes from the 18th, it was, I see they were, well, I know I said I did some talking at the end of at the kind of latter part of the meeting, and those comments that I stated for the record were not, I didn't see them written in the minutes when I read the minutes on last night. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Matthews. Ms. Taylor, were those comments cut off?
But if you could give me the opportunity to just go back over it and see, go back through the audio and see what was said.
Yes.
I'll bring these back at the next council meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we want to approve these minutes with the errors, or do we want to approve these minutes next council meeting?
Will, Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
let's wait until we make the necessary corrections before approving.
We'll table this item. Item number 5, Ms. Taylor.
Committee meeting.
Councilors, are there any reports on committee meetings?
Madam
Chair. Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
just want to report that the insurance committee did meet last week, and we'll be making a recommendation this morning that we pass a resolution changing our insurance carrier. I think the mayor will be bringing forward Mr. Petway to talk about this issue.
Thank you, sir.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
we did have a meeting on yesterday, the AMIC committee, and we
Yes,
will
ma'am.
be bringing forth some recommendations once we get down to line item number 9.
Thank you, ma'am. Item number 6, Ms. Taylor.
Presentations,
Madam-
awards.
Well, I'll make it during the announcement. Well, it was a committee report, well as a committee, I guess a committee question, because Councilor, may I please?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. It was we asked that the committee had asked, not only just this last meeting, but a meeting prior to, after we had a committee meeting about small sales. And my question to the attorneys, have there been any effort or dialogue, and I repeat, effort or dialogue with Mr. Blankenship concerning small sales?
Councilor Matthews, small sales is on the agenda this morning. 10, if you would mind, let us get down to 10 and we can ask that question to the attorneys.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Item number 6, Ms. Taylor.
Presentations, awards, announcements, and recognitions.
Mayor Gully,
Good morning, Madam President, and
good morning.
to our council and all who's on the line. I like under presentations to bring our insurance rep, Mr. Bruce Petway, forward. We've had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Petway along with the insurance committee, and we're bringing some recommendations to you. As many of you know, that's been around and so for a little while. When it has come to Blue Cross Blue Shield, we've been working with Blue Cross Blue Shield for the past 10 years. We thought and so that we should have gotten at least a reprieve this year. Our claims was not as high as our premium this year, but we came back with almost a double-digit increase from Blue Cross Blue Shield. I see no way and so that our employees nor the city can absorb that kind of rate increase. So with that said, I'm going to turn it over to our insurance representative, Mr. Bruce Petway. Bruce, are you on the line?
Please unmute Mr. Petway.
Morning, Mayor and the entire council. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I appreciate the opportunity to come before you this morning, and also I appreciate the opportunity to work with you for the past several years on the insurance benefits for the city of Bessemer. As the mayor was stating, previous to me coming to work with the city of Bessemer, the city was experiencing increases in excess of over 20% each year from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And as you recall, what we did, we implemented a dual type plan with a supplemental benefit with a high deductible on the major medical with Blue Cross Blue Shield. And what we did, we were able to initial year save over $1 million and without really diluting the benefits. However, in that time period, there have been some rate increases, and in your package, you should have received that very first year, it was over a 27% increase before I came on board. Just to let you know, but since we have been working with the city, we reduced those rate increases, but every year we would have to manipulate the plan to get the benefits still a highly complementary plan for the city, but at a really good cost for the city as well. So the very first year, you looked at a 4% rate increase, which was a significant difference from the 20% increase that was previously being experienced. The year after that,
Excuse
we were
me,
at a 5.9.
Mr. Petway.
Yes, sir.
Bruce, excuse me. Council, those items that he's speaking from, they will be found, if you would look under the gym clip that's got the agenda, they will be found in there, and they will note Blue Cross and have about 4 sheets there, and that's where he's speaking from. They were not attached to the resolution, but they are separate so that you might follow along with him. Excuse me for interrupting you.
No problem. And it would be the document that has a red box in at the bottom of the page where you would see where the rate adjustments each year were. Okay, so as we were saying, the first year under the plan that we put together, the rate increase decreased significantly. It was a 4% rate increase. The very next year, it was a 5.9% rate increase. But all these years, what we're doing, we are still readjusting the Blue Cross plan and readjusting the supplemental plan to keep the same benefits and reduce the rates. Then we experienced a 8.69% rate increase. Last year, it was a 15% increase. So last year, what we did previously, we had a 5,100% plan. We went to a 5,060/40 plan. And what we did is increase the supplemental benefits. So the benefits will still be an excellent plan, actually end up being a better plan than what the employees had the previous year. So when we did that adjustment, we knew that Blue Cross would be paying less out of pocket and the supplemental would be paying and absorbing more of the cost. Unfortunately, Blue Cross came back again this year with a 9.79% rate increase, which was not justifiable. When you look at the claims experience, which would be the next Blue Cross page that you should have in your document, and you should see it highlighted in the yellow on the right side of the column. The city paid out $5,338,000 in premium. Blue Cross paid out $4,748,000 in claims. However, that's not the true picture because that time period did not take effect until October. So we didn't even have a true year under that claims experience. So what that means is that the claims were trending down tremendously and we still got a significant rate increase. So I tried to talk with Blue Cross back and forth, and really we should not have received any rate increase at all, especially the way the claims were trending. And with that said in mind, I went to the market and was able to come up with the proposal that you have from Viva Health as the administrator, with Aaron Reed as the program manager, and the network is essentially larger than the Blue Cross network because now you will have 2 networks with just the Viva Health network and the PHCS network, which is a national network as well. So if you had a employee just say, you know, that needed to go to MD Anderson in Texas, they would be just as in network as if they went to UAB here or Princeton or, you know, any other hospital, St. Vincent's in the area. All of the providers are participating as well. And what I asked Viva to do is highlight the differences in the plans. And these are the positive differences that should have been in your package as well. Viva Health has agreed to match and duplicate the current plan benefits. All of your plan copays, deductibles, coinsurance, your prescriptions, and plan language will be matched by the Viva Health new plan. The current employee and family plan contributions would remain unchanged. So that means that the employees will not pay a penny difference for this plan. Network, This program offers both the Viva and the PHCS, which is a multi-plan network in Alabama and outside the state of Alabama as well. However, one of the differences would be like benefits for urgent and emergency care outside of those two networks are still covered as if you're in network. Under your current plan, if you went out of network, it would be covered at the 50% coinsurance level, which now this is a increase in your benefit and plan experience. The prescription drugs, which is the RX, the new prescription drug plan would be administered by Express Scripts. Currently, is under Walgreens. Now, if you had members that wanted to go somewhere like CVS, they would be in network again. So Express Scripts have all of the pharmacies participating with them under the Blue Cross plan, plus additional pharmacies would be participating. And additional benefit would be managing the claims. One thing they have Viva really do and pride themselves on is their claim management. If you have members that present to the hospital, they may be diabetic. They have people that will actually, private duty nurses, that will go to your home. This is not mandatory. If you still want to go to the hospital, you can, but why would you want to do that and pay more money when you can have someone come to your home, a private duty nurse, and administer even medicine to you at no additional cost? And what this does, you can get your claims paid, but this is managing the claims to help reduce the claims. So that's a part of what the process would be. And also the fact that if you agree to receive certain specialty drugs at home, these drugs would be sent to your home at no copay or cost to the employee. The same prescription they would go to the pharmacy to get, but if they would agree to receive that at their home, this would be at no additional cost to the employee. And also, just say Viva believes that most of your membership actually use UAB West or UAB Downtown. If they use those facilities, they have greater discounts by going to those facilities than any other insurance carrier would have with a UAB or UAB West. So the enrollment process would be seamless. All we need to happen is we would get an electronic census of everyone who's participating right now under the current Blue Cross plan. We would receive that, and they would be automatically enrolled in the Viva Health plan. And the only difference is they would receive a new card effective October the 1st. As you guys know, I have been coming out to the city until the city shut down for COVID. I will come out, every month to assist employees on anything they would need with their medical insurance benefits. And once you guys allow me to come back out, we would start that back up again. So any assistance or help they would need, I would be here on site. However, since I hadn't been able to come on site the last couple of months, I still have been assisting HR and those employees from my office through phone and emails. You have a rate page there that shows you that the rates would not change for the employees. You have an enhancement of benefits for the employees. And also, you should have probably received a bigger package outlining some of the employers that Viva Health represent and insure. And I'll just give you a few names. UAB is one, Infirmary Health, the Baptist Health System, Alabama Power, the University of South Alabama, Drummond Cole, P-HIP, Children's Hospital. Those are just some of the larger names that are participating in this program. And they have a very strong reputation. And I know from my experience with them over the years, will do an excellent job.
Councilor, you heard Mr. Petway, representative for then Blue Cross and Blue Shield, now Viva Healthcare. Are there any questions and or
Madam President.
comment.
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say thank you, Mr. Petway, for coming, but I want to put this in layman's terms for the employees so they can understand. Can you let them know, going back with Blue Cross Blue Shield, they would have had an increase in their rate plan, correct?
That's correct. In fact, what I did, and I just extrapolated that what that increase would have represented, essentially for the same benefits. Now we're talking about the same benefits because you're not losing any benefits. The employee per pay period, essentially for a single person, would have increased $8. They would have to pay more per pay period. And the family costs for the same benefits would have been $20 more per pay period. And we're talking about the same benefits. You're going to the same doctors, you can go to the same hospitals, more pharmacies, get the same prescriptions. There is no plan difference. In fact, I have a letter from executive at Viva Health that guaranteed that they're matching the administration and the plan design of your current plan. So you're not losing any coverage at all. And we have that from a signed executive from Viva Health.
Okay, I wanted to put that in layman's terms for the employees and as well to let them know that their doctors still participate. We made sure that the committee, me, Mayor Gully, and Councilor Marshall, because we grilled you that day to make sure that all their doctors will be able to cross over to the Health as far as they won't go up on their premium, and they will be getting more benefits, correct?
That's correct. In fact, most of those doctors are already participating with their physician. I mean, most of those physicians are already participating with Viva as it stands right now. If they want to go out there on the network and look and see, or call their physician to see if they're participating. But keep in mind, you are getting two networks. You also getting the PHCS network as well, which is a large national network that's been around for decades.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
let me also
Okay, thank
thank.
you. I just wanted them to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to thank Mr. Petway and Councilor Alexander for her participation and the mayor's participation. And it was very important to us as an insurance committee that we have a very strong plan for our employees, an affordable plan for our employees. And we recognized and we were sensitive, as Councilor Alexander mentioned, to our employees that, we've got a number of employees who make only $10, $11 an hour. And to keep going up on insurance premiums, we just thought we needed to do our very best to try to help mitigate that and to make the insurance affordable and to make it a very strong plan. Mr. Mayor, do you have any more comments?
Nothing. I thank you and Councilor Alexander just about covered it. I appreciate and stuff Bruce for what he did and stuff to help us. But the bottom line and stuff is we continue to have to do what we feel is necessary for the employees, and a 9.79% rate increase, which I state again, I don't think was deserving. I thought that was very unfair, looking at our premiums. But at some particular point, we have to move on. As much as a lot of people like Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Blue Cross Blue Shield has done an excellent job marketing and stuff themselves. But as long as we can give the same level of health care to our employees, that's the most important things to me in this administration. So thank you, Mr. Petway, and thank you, Insurance Committee.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Councilor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Petway. you did mention several companies that was a part of Viva, and I've been on Viva, my family, for 20 plus years. And I'm glad now that we've moved toward Viva and left Blue Cross Blue Shield, and which I wish we had done that some time ago. Had in the past, had Blue Cross, well, had Viva ever been considered, and what triggered I know one, the increase in for Blue Cross Blue Shield in our what increased, what made us really hone in to them other than the price?
Councilor Matthews,
Yeah.
everything is predicated on price. I don't think it's something anything else other than the undeserving rate increase. And so what really and stuff made and stuff the difference. If you recall, and I think that you were on the council at that particular time, that the employees went to another provider prior and stuff to any of us getting on the getting in city government, on the council or in the mayor's office. And I think Bruce was a part of that. And
I didn't like that one either. Okay, go ahead.
But we looked at the cost, the premium to the employees. We looked at and stuff at the way Blue Cross taking us for granted and stuff for the last few years. And it's just some things is just not is unjustifiable. I can't justify if I'm paying out a premium and my claims come in almost $1 million and so under and so the premium that I'm paying, that I get almost a double digit and stuff increase. So I think the contributing factor, and to looking into it right now, was just the increase to the employees.
And Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And I just like to add to what the mayor said. You know, it was kind of like, no matter what we did, you know, we're trying to encourage our employees to be more health conscious and so forth. It was kind of like Blue Cross was taking us, you know, for granted, that no matter what we did, no matter what our claims experience were, even if they were going down, they were just going to automatically give us an increase, you know, as if we didn't have any other options. Madam Chair, I would like to ask for a point of personal privilege here. May I have that, please?
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Councilor.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Councilor.
In as much as we've had the presentation from Mr. Petway and the mayor and the insurance committee, I would like for us, if we may, move item 23, which is on the change on the insurance. May we move that item up and go on and vote on that item at this time, since we've discussed this thoroughly?
That is up to this body. Councilors?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I just had one comment before we move
Yes.
on to voting for.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of employees out there that it doesn't seem like a significant increase to them to stay Blue Cross because they've had it for so many years. And, you know, I like the Viva plan that we have in place here, or that we're looking at going with, but, you know, it's still $500,000 to the city. It may not look like very much to the employees, but it's still $500,000 increase. And, you know, we're at a time where we need to be budget conscious. Other cities are talking about laying off or furloughing employees, and we're trying to hold on to all of ours and lower the cost as much as we can. I was just one more comment about the Blue Cross is I was on the insurance committee for several years, and I know what we have gone through to try to keep the premiums down and try to keep the coverage up. And it's been a struggle. Mr. Matthews asked, why were we looking at it now? We looked at Viva every year, and it just seemed like Blue Cross come back and maybe negotiate with us a little bit and to try to keep the plan in place. And Mr. Petway has worked with us so well to get the additional coverage, the supplemental coverage that kept the cost down. I think that was a big part of it. But, you know, when they still hit you with an increase when your history or your claims have been lower, you know, it hurts. It's a slap in the face. It's like, okay, you'll take us no matter what. So I like the idea that we can move on or looking at moving on to Viva. You can mute your computer instead of whispering.
I apologize. We need a motion to leave the regular order of business, and that's why I was whispering. I wanted to make sure that we were in order, but do let the council know I have spoken to Alabama League of Municipalities, and we can have planning session on next Tuesday. Have all counselors had all questions answered? Has all counselors had all questions answered?
Yes, ma'am.
I need a motion to leave regular order of business so that we can vote for item number 23.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that we move from the regular order of business so that we might consider item 23.
Second.
It has been properly motioned and second. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander,
Aye.
Councilor Collier,
Aye.
Councilor Marshall,
Aye.
Councilor Matthews,
Aye.
Councilor Thickpan,
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe, Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. I need a motion for the council to consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a group health benefit plan changes from Blue Cross and Blue Shield to Iron Reinsurance Company, which is Viva, Inc. Need a motion and a second, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move the resolution.
Second.
It's been properly motioned and second. A roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander,
Aye.
Councilor Collier,
Aye.
Councilor Marshall,
Aye.
Councilor Matthews,
Aye.
Councilor Thickpan,
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe, Councilor Crusoe, Councilor Crusoe.
She is muted.
Okay, Councilor Donald.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Petway, for coming with that presentation, because I had some questions, but I do love Viva. I can remember on last year when I asked about an alternate insurance plan for the city as well as for the employees. I can tell you that I love Viva and I love this plan. Thank you so much, councils. Thank you so much, Mr. Petway.
Thank you. Appreciate
Mayor,
it.
are you finished?
Madam President, yes, thank you very much.
Okay. I have another presentation by Strata from Mr. Edmond Watters. Mr. Watters, are you on the line? Mr. Watters, are you on the line?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning to you all.
Mr. Watters sent us a letter on yesterday And I called him to ask him to come in this morning to explain to us and to answer any questions that we had concerning the letter that he sent to the entire council and the mayor on yesterday. Mr. Watters.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and to the mayor and the council. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to work with you on this vision plan as one of our first assignments. Alfida is on the phone with us as well, I believe.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'll first of all, we want to say thank you for the opportunity to work with you. Secondly, we wanted to, as part of this process, setting up a stakeholders committee is really important. And we wanted to first start off by getting the mayor and the council to assist us with setting up and appointing representatives for the stakeholder committee. That's a very key role in this, because the way we're trying to set it up will give the city and the residents in each district a voice in planning the vision process and the outcome of the vision, which is the key component to moving forward to setting up your strategic plans you all have talked about. So the letter is just a letter setting off recommendations, asking for your people that you would like to serve on this stakeholder committee. And the way we outlined it was that we recommended that the council appoint 2 council members. Of the remaining 5 council members, they pick someone out of their district, and that the mayor would pick someone from his staff and someone from the Chamber of Commerce out in Bessemer to serve on what would be a 9-member committee. And we're asking that you all supply us with those names by next Wednesday so that we could get the process started.
Councilors, you heard Strada and Mr. Watters. Are there any concerns and or comments at this time?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Strada, how would y'all go about picking the 2 council members that sit on this committee?
Councilor Alexander, we wouldn't. That is a role for the council.
Okay.
We made recommendations on how we thought the stakeholder committee could be set up that would allow us to give input from all districts and from the business community and from the mayor's office. But those decisions are yours.
What was the recommendation?
It was that the council select 2 members from the council from the most undeserved districts in Bessemer. And then the remaining 5 council members would pick someone from that district to serve on the stakeholder committee.
Okay, thank you.
And those are the ones related to the council. We asked the mayor if the mayor would select someone from his staff, and if he would identify and select someone from the business community to serve on that stakeholder group.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Councilor
Madam Chair.
Councilor Thigpen.
Just to clarify, it almost sounded like you said undeserved instead of underserved.
Underserved.
Yeah.
Underserved.
Underserved.
Yeah, some people are listening to this, not reading it. Like under
No.
Yeah, it's underserved. I'm sorry.
Underserved.
served, yes. And the other question I have for the other 5 districts, what's the time that you're expecting? I mean, I'm sure these people, if we're trying to appoint somebody from the community, they're going to want to know how much time is going to be involved in this committee. What are your plans right now?
Anna, you want me to answer that?
No, Alfred. Oh, yeah. Who? One of y'all. I was expecting Edmond, Mr. Watters to answer. Yes, that's fine.
We plan on having no more than 3 meetings. First meeting, hold them no more than an hour. The second meeting, no more than the second hour, but depends on, but we're going to schedule for 2 hours to give them time to talk about it and everything. And the first meeting is basically to put the ground rules, talk to them, get their thoughts, get the pro and cons of Bessemer. The second meeting to get into more the detail and come up with recommendations for the city. And the third meeting that we presented to the council and the mayor, what they have come up with. So we're trying to do it in a way that we don't take up all their time because it's volunteer work, but enough time to see they're dedicated. And that's the question we need to ask the council also. Do y'all think we should Zoom or could we do it in person where we can do social distancing, social distance the people? And what would y'all recommend if we did decide to have it in person, do the social distancing and provide, PPP guidelines and things to them. So we just need y'all suggestions on what y'all would think.
And you said you're looking for these answers by next Wednesday?
Yes,
Yes,
we
Go
yes,
ahead.
ma'am. We would like these appointments by next Wednesday so that we could get the process started. And it's just simply just naming those folks, giving us their name, contact information so that we could start the process.
Council, I would personally, I would think Zoom would work for this meeting. Council,
Now, next Tuesday,
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Councilor Marshall, Councilor Marshall.
Now, I do respect Mr. Watters and Ms. Akoff for coming, but, I just think we're getting away from the agenda, and to have individuals to just come in, on something like this, just extends our agenda. And I think it's a disservice to the council. And I'm all for what, they're looking to do and what we're looking to do. But to just have people just kind of drop in, our agenda could expand and take us most of the day. I heard you mention something about we can have a planning meeting. I think that's the best place for this discussion to take place next Tuesday, if we will have a planning meeting next Tuesday, there to wash out all the details. But this is just taking us too far from the agenda. And I would like to recommend that we move back to the agenda and work out some other way, if it's planning meeting for Mr. Watters and Ms. Akoff to come, and then we work out the final details of what we need to do to get this project rolling. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, Councilor Marshall, but Mr. Watters and Ms. Akoff did not just drop in. I called them and asked them to do a presentation on today. And I took that administrative liberties to call them and ask them. Mr. Watters haven't taken up 5 minutes of your time to do this presentation. I would hope that for each presentation, we would give everyone the due diligence and respect. I need a motion to return to regular order of business. Mr. Watters, thank you for coming. And I will get with the council on tomorrow, and we will get with you on tomorrow.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir, for coming. I need a motion to return to regular order of business, please.
Thank you.
I need a motion to return to regular order of business, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move the resolution to return to the regular order of business.
There has been a motion on the floor to move to regular order of business. I need a second.
Second.
It has been motioned and second that we return to the regular order of business. Ms. Taylor, roll call, please.
Councilor Alexander. Councilor Alexander. Councilor Alexander. Can she hear? Councilor Alexander. Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews. Councilor Thickman.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe. Councilor.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye. Ms. Taylor, did we get Councilor Alexander, she did say aye with Councilor Collier.
Yes, I got her.
Thank you.
So we have 7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. Back to the regular order of business. Item number 8, Ms. Taylor.
Item 8, request abatement of properties, list attached.
Ms. Hall, are you on the line?
Good morning, I am.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well, and yourself, thank you.
Good. You have the floor, Ms. Hall.
Okay, I apologize. I believe Ms. Taylor said item 8. I would like to request the abatement of the properties that were listed on the memorandum, please.
Ms. Hall, you're absolutely right. It should be item number 7.
Okay, item 7 is July 7, 2020, weed nuisance status report. This is a hearing.
Okay, on item number 7, there was a status report was provided. The properties that are deemed no action or incomplete, I would like to request that those properties be voted on to be cut. The properties that are deemed cut by owner, I would like to request that those properties be abated.
Council, you've heard Ms. Hall. Are there any concerns and or questions? If not, I need a motion, please.
Madam President, I don't have that list, the updated list.
I don't have it.
Okay.
And
I don't
I don't
either.
either.
Madam President, this
No,
is
don't
Shan.
have.
I'm just advise the council, there's no one in council chambers on this matter. No citizens regarding this matter. So I guess there are no complaints from that.
But we don't know what we're voting on. We don't have anything before us. No paperwork. That's my statement.
Let the record reflect, Ms. Taylor, that we don't have anyone here, but I would like to know what I'm voting on. What properties are we speaking of?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
while we figure out concerning the list of those properties, Mayor Gully, if you don't, I'll ask the question of you while we have Ms. Hall here. Maybe she can assist with, answering if need be. Can you, for the record, state the process as far as with the weed nuisance? I mean, once the properties have been identified, and I see where signs are being placed in the yard, can you expound upon the procedure from the point of placing the sign in the yard until completion, either cut by the owner or when we take it upon our I'll follow the necessary procedure for the city to go out and cut? What is that procedure?
Madam President,
Yes, sir. Mayor Gully.
I'm going to yield to Ms. Hall to give you all the process by which the whole identifying properties as weed nuisances and the process by which and so we go through after and so that is done. Ms. Hall, will you explain that and so to them, please?
Yes, sir, I will. So initially, the properties are identified, whether it's through field investigations or complaints received in the office or via email from the mayor's office that are sent from the council as well. Then their report to set the hearing date is provided by the council. Normally it's 30 days after, the hearing is set 30 days after the items are presented to the council. During that time frame, the property owners do have an opportunity to have the properties cut. They're notified by certified mail. After that point, the properties are brought back to the council to vote on whether to cut those properties or to grant extensions to those properties owners. After that particular point, the properties are let out for bid, in which private contractors come in and bid on those particular properties, and they're awarded those properties after those bid amounts have been approved. And the contractors have a 21-day period to complete cutting of those properties, and it's brought back to the council as a reported cost to approve those amounts, dollar amounts, to be added to the property tax as ad valorem as a weed lien.
Okay, Ms. Hall, while you're speaking, you said that those properties are identified by email or a citizen's complaint, or email from the mayor's office, or when we report it as a counselor. Were those the only ways of identifying these properties?
No, ma'am, it's also through field investigations. I do provide or patrol all of the entire city of Bessemer. So that's most of where the list is created from, is for me doing field investigations.
Okay, my reason for asking concerning the process, I have several properties in my district whereby I see the weed nuisance signs have been placed on the properties, and weeks gone by, either the sign has been knocked down, removed, or still standing, and no one has come back out to either cut those properties, be it the city of Bessemer or the owner of the property. So what system of checks and balances do we have in place that once these weed nuisance signs have been placed in the on the property, who's going back out to ensure, or I guess keep tabs of going back out to keep record as to whether anything has been done? Because I mean, like I said, and I'll tell you one in particular, the lot for the old Arlington School, that weed nuisance sign has been out there probably since the last time it was cut. And I was out doing my morning walk, and I see the sign lying down. It's been lying down for over a week now. So that's what it kind of triggered my curiosity as to what type of checks and balances that we have in place. Because if we don't have anything any more than putting a sign out, anybody can always take the sign up or knock it down, and it be knocked out of the system of completing the process.
Yes, ma'am. I go out and I do verify that the properties are completely cut by the contractors. Actually, the property that you're speaking in reference to, which is owned by Great Expectation Millennium Ministries, is number 64 on the property for today. So you all are just now voting on that particular property today, whether or not to have it cut.
Okay.
It's number 64. Yes, ma'am. So it's possible that that sign, I'm not sure why it fell or why it was knocked down, but it was posted for today.
Ma'am. Okay. And later on, I have another address, but I'll wait until we get to the comments of my district. Thank you so much for that information, Ms. Hall.
Ms. Hall.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I walked over and no one's over to dispute anything that you have. You did say that everyone was notified by certified letter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we'll move on. I need a motion, counselors.
Well, before we do the motion, do you have that list before you, Ms. Hall?
I have the list before me.
I mean, can we look and see if 2101 Dartmouth Avenue is on that list?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Ms. Hall. Ms. Hall, thank you so much for all you do. I sent in a request for a Houston Drive because I'm having the same problem in my district where the weed nuisance signs are put up, but they're taken down and the grass is overgrown and the neighbors are complaining. Did you get that email from the mayor's office?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I think the address was 112 Houston Drive.
112 Houston Drive.
Yes, ma'am, I did receive that from Mr. Norris.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
Councilor Crusoe, that address is not on for us to vote on to be abated and or cut today.
Is
Okay,
that
do you,
list,
I mean,
that,
one more if you don't mind, and I'll be out of your way concerning this because this was a citizen who notified me. Do you see 2030 Arlington Avenue?
You said 2030?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks again, Ms. Hall and Mayor Gully.
Madam Chair, is that
Yes.
that list that you're looking at, the one that we don't have? Can someone email that to us so we'll have a copy? We don't have it, and we didn't have it in our pack.
Yes, sir. I'll have Ms. Coleman to email you. It's already done. Look into your emails. It's already should be already there.
Okay, well, let me ask another question. This is a technical question, and I promise it won't take long.
Yes,
Attorneys, I went to several properties in the pipe shop last week after getting notified. And when I went to these properties, I went to the signs themselves, okay? Bear with me now. I went to the signs themselves, and those signs stated, and what made me think about it is when you said no one was in the council chambers. Those signs, that's one in particular, 13, 15, 22nd Avenue and Short 14th Street. But anyway, those signs says appear at council meeting at 7 p.m. Okay. And what made me think about that is if the people are getting notifications 7 p.m., that may be the reason you don't have no one in the council chambers at 10 a.m. I mean, I just thought I'd make that observation because I took a picture of the sign and I have it right here and I'm looking at it. And matter of fact, it said be in the council chamber at 7 p.m. on July, the 7th day of July 2020 at 7 p.m. We didn't have a council meeting at 7 p.m. in July. So whomever was those properties, if they came to council meeting at 7 p.m., then we wasn't there.
Councilor Marshall, this is Shan.
Councilor Matthews.
I'm sorry. I got a feedback in here. Sorry.
Okay. That was just the observation that I saw.
As it relates to this date, I can't speak to that date, but as it relates to this date, the August 19th, 2020 edition of the Western Star posts the weed nuisance for 99 properties, and it states that the hearing will be held on September the 1st at 10 a.m.
Okay.
I know we have had some issues with advertisements, saying 7 p.m. Due to us meeting on the first Tuesday in the morning now, but those things can happen. But I hopefully this newspaper article says 10 a.m. on September the 1st, and Ms. Hall would have to speak to this as to when she's mailed them notices as to whether it said September 1 at 10 a.m. But that is correct.
And I hope the certified letter had the correct date and time on it, opposed to the sign that's on the property.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
One moment, Councilor Alexander, Ms. Hall.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what your paperwork says, please.
Okay, so initially, the property that Councilor Matthews is speaking in reference to was submitted on May the 19th of 2020. And the original hearing date was scheduled for July the 7th at 7 p.m. I was thinking that due to maybe like the COVID situation would have ceased or eased up, whereas we would be able to have a meeting at 7 p.m. But however, the council came back and changed that hearing date and time to August the 18th at 10 a.m. And I spoke with Attorney Payton regarding that issue. So those properties that were listed on that particular report from May the 18th, all of those property owners were re-notified with the correct hearing date of August the 18th at 10 a.m. So
Thank you.
that's why there's such a delay on those particular properties being cut.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Councilor Alexander.
Thank you, Councilor Matthews, for bringing it up. I called the president this morning because on the website, we're still advertising for a council meeting at 7 p.m. in the evening.
I did, after you called, Councilor Alexander, you and about 3 more people called about that and was concerned about that. I did call Mr. Norris, and he stated that he would have that changed. I would have thought that would have been changed at least on Friday or several days prior to the meeting. But we'll make sure that we check from now on to make sure those was changed. Council, I need a motion, please. All paperwork seems to say today at 10 o'clock. I need a motion, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move that all items deemed cut by owner be abated. All items no action or incomplete be cut.
Need a second.
Second.
Has been properly moved and second that properties deemed cut by owner be abated. Those with no action or incomplete be cut. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander. Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 8, Ms. Taylor.
Request abatement of properties, list attached.
Ms. Hall.
The properties listed on the memorandum, which are 1619 Dartmouth Avenue, 16 Owen Avenue, and 100 Ash Avenue, I would like to request that those properties be abated.
Council, you've heard the properties. Need a motion and a second, please.
Madam
Can
Chair,
you
Madam
read
Chair.
those addresses again, please? 1619 Dartmouth, and what else you said?
They're in your packet.
Okay, I don't see them.
16 Owens Avenue and 100 Ash Avenue.
they're in your email. I just got mine. Madam Chair, that these properties be abated.
On second.
Second.
It has been properly motioned and second that these properties be abated, 619 Dartmouth, 610 Owens, and 100 Ash Avenue. Ms. Taylor, roll call.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Item number 9, Ms. Taylor.
Status on Alabama Municipal Insurance Corporation.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say that we had an excellent meeting on yesterday, and I'm bringing before the council the recommendation because it was some more questions that need to be answered. We recommend that we ask the permission of the council to invite Ms. Holt of Holden Insurance to our committee meeting. I've already spoke with Attorney Harris. Do you want to elaborate on this, Attorney Harris?
Yes, if you can hear me.
I did attend a meeting with the committee yesterday, and the committee had some additional questions. We have quite a bit of documents that were submitted, that were received, and they were received. Most of them appeared to come from Ms. Holt's agency, and the committee would like to ask, take some of those documents and ask questions of Ms. Holt. Is that what we did? Is that right, Ms. Alexander?
Correct.
President stepped
So
out.
will you explain the process to the body as far as how we would contact Ms. Holt and how many days? And when we plan on meeting with Ms. Holt, please?
Well, I believe the committee it was committee's recommendation. I don't have that date before me. That you had a next committee date.
Yes.
Councilor Alexander.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It'll be September the 14th.
And you're asking the council to ask the council request Ms. Holt to be present for the meeting on that date. Is that what you're asking?
Correct.
Okay. So council meeting. That's for the council to consider asking Ms. Holt to appear on that day.
Councilor Alexander, I do apologize. We are asking, the committee is asking for Ms. Holt of Holt and Holt Insurance Company to meet on the 14th of September. Is that correct? So that you can report back to the council, the next council meeting?
Correct.
We need a vote on that. Are there any questions and or concerns? If not, I need a motion and a second, please.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I want a legal opinion as to whether the council has any authority to invite anybody to a committee meeting. I mean, that would, open it up to anybody that we do business with. And I just don't see that. Is there a legal opinion regarding that?
Attorney Harris. Attorney Payton, did you want to answer first?
Gosh, I don't know. I'll defer to Greg. I don't see an issue with Ms. Holt appearing with the committee to discuss insurance.
Greg Harris speaking. It is my opinion from reading literature that council does have the authority to request someone's appearance. Not only that, it could go beyond that, but only asking that she appear. There are other provisions, but I think the council has within its power to ask someone to appear before a committee or a council meeting.
Thank you, Sarah. I need a motion and a second, please. I need a motion and a second, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I move that the committee invite Ms. Holt of Holt and Holt Insurance to a committee meeting on that said, what date was that again?
September 14th.
September the 14th, 2020.
I second.
What time?
Yes. Time, Councilor Alexander.
10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we will, from the committee, that the council will invite, the committee will invite Ms. Holt from Holt and Holt Insurance Company to show before the committee on September the 14th, 10 a.m. Ms. Taylor, I need a roll call, please.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier.
Abstain.
Councilor Marshall.
Nay.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
We have 5 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstain. The motion carries.
Councilor
Thank you,
Donald.
Miss.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
This is Shan. I think the correct name is Holt Insurance. I don't think it's Holt and Holt. I think it's Holt.
It's Holt Insurance.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Let the records reflect that. It is not Holt and Holt. It is Holt Insurance Company. Council, we have guests. I'm going to take the executive privilege to move number 18, Ms. Taylor.
Item 18, public hearing regarding economic development agreement between the city of Bessemer and Socom Group 3 LLC.
Councilor, I'm sorry, Attorney Payton.
Yes, ma'am. We're in the council chambers and Mr. Neil Sony with the Soham Group is here to make a presentation to the council.
Good morning, Mr. Sony.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor Gully and all the council members. Just want to say thank you, first of all, for giving me the opportunity to present this new potential hotel project for Bessemer. So I just want to start by saying I've resided in Birmingham for 40 years. And of those 40 years, I've been involved in city of Bessemer doing business for the last 30 years. Started back in 1990 with a small business on the corner of 9th Avenue and 15th Street. And then after 12 years, came back and reinvested back into Bessemer in 2002 with a Holiday Inn Express hotel on Academy Drive. 5 years after that, again reinvested in Bessemer with a first Marriott property, Fairfield Inn and Suites, in 2007. Time has come again to reinvest in Bessemer, even though we have some challenging times under the during the COVID situation. We look forward to keep reinvesting in Bessemer. Bessemer has given a lot back to us, so we just want to continue to move forward with a new hotel project, which would be a brand, Hilton brand, Hampton Inn and Suites, which would be a great addition to the city of Bessemer. We have hired a well-known architect out of Atlanta to draw a beautiful building, prototypical new generation Hampton Inn and Suites. So that's the plan. Hopefully you've had a time to look over the presentation that I presented to all the council members.
Councilors, you've heard Mr. Sony. I know that there are some questions and or concerns. You may, at this time, council, any questions and or concerns?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the information that's been provided concerning the hotel, I'm all for businesses coming to Bessemer. That means job as well as money. As Council Marshall stated, I mean, is it any way as far as in coming back to I guess to be a little more in depth with us as to what I mean, what it is that that he's presenting as well as that he's asking for?
Madam President, this is Shan. I'll be happy to go over some of the details and key some questions if that would be helpful to the council.
Madam Chair, will you let Attorney Payton talk about Amendment 772 and some of the other particulars that's involved in that academy area and hotel lodging and all of that, please.
Attorney Payton.
Yes, ma'am. Amendment 72 and is otherwise known as Section 94.01 of the Alabama Constitution, allows municipalities to grant incentives for economic development in a municipality as long as it's deemed a public benefit. In this instance, what the request is by Mr. Sony is for an rebate of lodging tax. The city of Bessemer has a 6% lodging tax. The request is for a 50% rebate of lodging tax for a 10-year period. Mr. Sony sent us an estimate of what the amount of lodging tax that he expected this development would bring into the city over a 10-year period. And he estimated that the city would receive $1,890,000.80 in lodging tax. So his request is for a 50% abatement, which would mean he would receive back over a 10-year period, $945,000. In return for this rebate, Mr. Sony's group is investing $10.6 million, including land. Hold on. Can you mute that? Do you know how to mute that? Sorry about that. We were getting feedback. The investment is now still doing it. The rebate, the investment is $10.6 million. The purchase price of the land was $675,000 for the land. The investment in the hotel is $10 million. I think it is 94 units, a 94 unit hotel that will be there. And it will be right there on Academy Drive down, right adjacent to the Holiday Inn Express. Other municipalities are granting incentives for hotel development. I've looked at Trustful, Tuscaloosa. The size of those abatements, Tuscaloosa's have been anywhere from 2 million to 3.5 million, and Trustful's was much larger than the city of Bessemer's abatement. Now, city of Tuscaloosa's lodging tax is 11%. Ours is only 6%, so that would show an indication of why any incentive that was granted by the city of Bessemer would be lower. In addition to the lodging tax, we would receive ad valorem taxes on this. There is no abatement for ad valorem taxes. Over a 10-year period, it looks like the real property taxes are going to average or would be approximately $1 million over a 10-year period. Now, that's not just to the city of Bessemer. That's part of that goes to the city of Bessemer, part of it goes to Jefferson County, and part of it goes to the state. In addition, sales tax would be generated from the site, and sales taxes would be generated by businesses such as the Cracker Barrel and all the other restaurants that are in the vicinity. The gas station, gas purchases would be increased, and that would be one of the reasons that you would consider granting an incentive. And the annual payroll, it looks like he is estimated somewhere around $500,000 a year. Is that correct? Yes. If there are any other questions, Mr. Sony, or I can be happy to address them.
Okay, my question, I'm trying to get some clarity here.
Yes.
Now, you
Yes,
said the lodging tax for Tuscaloosa is anywhere from 11 to 12, or what did you say, 11 or 12%?
No, it's 11% in Tuscaloosa.
11% in Tuscaloosa. Ours, 6%.
Correct.
And Mr. Soham is asking for 50% abatement of the lodging tax, or a
3%.
total over the course of 10 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question as well. I thought, and Attorney Payton, I thought this council body was going to get together and do an overall package plan for business coming to Bessemer as far as the rebates and
The uniform.
the package plans where we're offering, because we haven't done that yet.
Yes, ma'am. And that was my understanding also, but with the COVID situation, we haven't been able to have a planning session. Now, this package that, or agreement that has been put together emulates the past rebate agreements that the city council granted. For instance, the Jack's Restaurant, the McDonald's restaurant, those were 50% of sales tax. And the primary tax driver for this site is lodging tax. So I just drafted that in accordance with that model of 50%.
Okay, thank you. But we will revisit the plan to put those in place, right?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, certainly there, I don't think this is going to be the first one that's coming to you. I envision 2 or 3 other hotels coming to the city of Bessemer with incentive requests. But I was trying to make this one consistent like the restaurant package.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm all for it. Thank you.
Mhm. Also, I mean, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
It's okay. We made mention of possibly having a planning session with what, next Tuesday?
That's a possibility, but if you have
Possibility.
questions today, Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah.
Since he's here today.
Not a
Go ahead.
problem. That's something. No, but I'm just saying, for the next planning session, Attorney Payton, can we make sure that we have that on the agenda? I mean, we don't want to, I mean, I guess let everybody in the room and then decide to close the door. Let's go ahead and get something in place. Like I said, I mean, I love the idea of businesses, coming to the city of Bessemer, but at the same time, 10 years, 20 years, I mean, that's a lot of time, to, not really reap the full potential and revenue that our city deserves.
Yes, ma'am. And incentives are a trade-off because you're certainly trading some tax dollars, and with the idea that you would receive ad valorem taxes, 50% lodging tax, employment opportunities for people, you would receive occupational tax. But it is a trade.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Council.
Madam President.
Who am I speaking? Who am I speaking to?
You're speaking to Mayor Gully.
Hey, Mayor Gully. Yes, sir.
Well, I agree. I agree 100%. And if all of you recall, I've been asking and stuff for that for restaurants and hotels long before and stuff COVID and stuff played and stuff a role into this, because we were getting, as I stated at that time, my office was inundated with a lot of requests looking for incentives. And I asked the question at that time that what could we do and stuff to make it consistent across and stuff the board. So, we'll be more than happy to move forward and stuff with that. But that is an ask and stuff of that body long before COVID and stuff has become an issue. So I'd like to see that there, because that would make it a whole lot easier going forward, and that will make it consistent with everybody across the board. Thank you.
Mayor Gully, you're absolutely right. That has been discussed, the consistency of a formal abatement. Now that we're here and we're looking for other businesses to relocate here in the city of Bessemer, I will next week call a meeting whereby we can start that ball to rolling, Mayor Gully and Councilor Alexander. I think we've heard from Mr. Stoney. Is this the old Hampton Inn?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Because I love Hampton Inns when I go out of town. And I love Hampton Inns because I don't have to leave out of the hotel for my breakfast.
And one thing I want to add is, over the last 20 years, the 2 existing hotels we have in Bessemer on Academy Drive, I mean, I can pretty much say that, we run very quality properties without any hassles or, without any complaints. We have great guest scores, and we tend to make sure that, City of Bessemer is represented well with well-branded hotels, so.
Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Item
ma'am.
number 19, Ms. Taylor.
Item
Hey,
19.
Miss,
Madam Chair,
We haven't voted.
I like to make a motion for item 18, if you don't mind.
well, Madam,
Yes,
I
sir,
mean,
make that motion.
well,
I don't
Madam
mind
Chair.
at all.
Wait, we need a public hearing, that's right.
that's, item 18 is the public hearing,
public
and
hearing.
and that's what Mr. Sony is here for. I
Yes.
do not see anyone else in the city council chambers that is here
Before
on
we,
this matter.
Madam-
before we make that motion,
Madam Chair.
can someone tell me, I'm sure you can help me with this, Mr. Marshall, excuse me, Mr. Matthews, exactly where is this location?
Mr. Sony, it's right adjacent to the other hotel, am I correct?
That is
Which is
correct. In
The other hotel
Yes.
being,
the Holiday Inn Express and the
Express.
Marriott Fairfield Inn, yes.
okay, all right,
By
thank you.
Fairfield Inn,
Madam-
right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
quick question for Mr. Sony. First of all, thank you, Mr. Sony, for choosing the city of Bessemer once again. Quick question. If you are renting a hotel in the city limits of Bessemer, and this is I experienced this in some hotels, you have to put a $200 deposit down if you don't stay in the city limits. If you stay 30 miles outside, you don't have to put a $200 deposit down. Could you explain that?
No, we don't incorporate any of those policies. We don't
Okay.
really take any deposits.
Okay.
We tend to welcome all of our guests equally, and over the last 18 years that I've been involved with the Holiday Inn Express and the Fairfield Inn, I think our record speaks for itself. We've tried to run impeccable hotels, and I don't think there's been any complaints on our hotels as far as I know. So.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you so much. I need a motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that we authorize the mayor to enter into the economic development agreement with the city of Bessemer and Soham Group 3 LLC.
Second.
Has been properly moved and second that the mayor will enter into agreement with the Soham Group regarding economic and development agreement. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander,
Aye.
Councilor Collier,
Aye.
Councilor Marshall,
Aye.
Councilor Matthews,
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen,
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe,
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you so much for choosing the city of Bessemer.
Thanks to all of you for hearing the project out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Taylor, item number 24, please.
Item 24, resolution authorizing mayor to execute a COVID-19 CARES Act sub-grant agreement with Jefferson County and to seek reimbursement of city funds used for COVID-19 necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the COVID virus disease 2019.
Attorney Payton.
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, Council, we all know that the CARES Act was put into place by Congress March 27th. Could you mute that right there real quick? March 27th. And as part of that, state and local governments were provided funding through the federal government. Jefferson County received an allotment of funds under the CARES Act and an amount of $1 million $163,296 was allotted to the city of Bessemer for reimbursement for COVID-related expenditures. So this fund has been set up. The Jefferson County has submitted to the city of Bessemer a sub-grant whereby Bessemer is actually acting as a contractor for Jefferson County to provide reimbursement expenditures to Jefferson County for expenses. And part of this, and we know early on, the council authorized the mayor to spend up to $50,000 for COVID-related matters. And those items would be, we would be able to seek reimbursement from the county. That would include PPE, laptops, hand sanitizer, all of those things that were spent at that time, cleaning City Hall. In addition to that, the CARES Act allows and authorizes municipalities and counties to purchase certain items under the CARES Act that are COVID related. If you look in the resolution that I provided to you, the first one is that you would execute the sub-grant agreements. The second item provides for the purchase of 65 Heart-Sign 360p automated external defibrillators. And these are $1,388 a piece. These would be used by the police department. I have here this morning Mr. John Seal of Cardiac Solutions to talk about this item. And what would happen is if the council approves this, this would go to Jefferson County for reimbursement on these items. Homewood passed a similar resolution. I think it was last night. So with that, Madam President, I'll ask Mr. John Seal to come to the podium.
Good morning, Mr. Seal.
Morning, Mayor, Council. How's everyone doing?
I must say to the council as well as the mayor and Mr. Seal, I did not understand what that defibrillator was. I took it upon myself to go to the EMS department here for the city of Bessemer. And I thank God that we have a great EMS system. And I was sat down and it was showed to me and they explained it to me. It's almost like a portable handheld device that can be used if you're not health inclined. If you had not had any paramedic, basic, whatever, you can use this device. It's just that simple. I guess if the simpler it was, the less I understood it until I saw it. Some of us have to put our eyes on what is going on. And I had the opportunity this morning to see that, that item. You have the floor.
Thank you for your comment. Greatly appreciated. I do have to rewind for a few minutes if you don't mind. I'm the owner of the company and we're based all over North America. We're based here in Birmingham, but the city of Bessemer is special to me. I know none of you know this, but 21 years ago, I actually sold my first AED to, I believe it was Canaan Baptist Church. So it means a lot for me to be back here today, and I appreciate that very much. To echo your comments, Councilor Donald, it is a very portable unit. 2019, we had 38 lives that were saved. Since 2013, 202 lives have been saved. It walks you through the entire process. You no longer have to do mouth to mouth. It's compressions only. It comes with an 8-year warranty on the battery. We are working with Chief McFarland right now and the EMS team to make sure all the proper personnel are trained. It comes with all the service as well as all of the maintenance. What excites me is that the battery and pads are good for 4 years. At the end of the 4th year, on the 48th month, we're not going to have to come out to the council and ask for money. We're going to replace those free of charge. So statistics have shown that as great as the EMS team is, and we have a very good one, it's hard to get someone unresponsive in 3 minutes. So what we're seeing now is a huge influx of the police department and the sheriff's department placing these portable devices in their vehicles so that they can act accordingly. So with that being said, I'll try to answer any questions that you may have today as it relates to the defibrillators.
Madam President.
Yes, sir, Mayor Gully.
I just wanted to make sure I asked this question to Mr. Seals too. because I think we had talked about making sure that one of these devices was in every municipal building as well. So I want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in something in the shuffle.
No, sir. We want to make sure that we take care of all employees as well as all seating, so that we can check that box, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Council,
Madam
you
Chair.
heard.
Madam
I
Chair.
heard you. Councilor Marshall.
This Crusoe.
I'm sorry, Councilor Crusoe. Go ahead.
Okay, my question, I'm making sure that I'm writing this down correctly. When Attorney Payton gave the presentation, did he say 1,300 defibrillators?
65.
Oh, 65.
65.
The price is $1,388 each. And these are on the state bid list. It's a state contract price. That's why you're able to do it without bidding.
So 65.
I've got the total dollar amount if that's what you're looking for.
Please, please.
$90,220.
Mhm.
And listen,
this
I've been to about 10. I've been to about 10 council meetings in the last 3 months. You guys are very organized. I know it's not easy with this technology.
And this is reimbursable due to COVID. That is correct.
Yes, ma'am. That's my understanding. And there is an invoice in your package from Cardiac
Yeah.
Solutions.
Now, the next invoice that we have on here are these life packs. Are they through Cardiac Solution as well?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so. And I have either Chief McFarland or Chief Boyd to discuss those two different items. The ones that Cardiac Solutions have will be installed in the police cars and the buildings. And the ones that Chief Boyd and Chief McFarland are requesting are for the fire department. And that order will be placed directly through Jefferson County. So I know that those, when we say reimbursable, they will deduct those funds from our 1,169,163. So I know those are, and they're trying to place that order tomorrow. But with that, I turn this over to either Chief McFarland or Chief Boyd.
Thank you so much. Council, do you have any more questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just want to thank you for coming out. Those defibrillators, anybody who's taken up the CPR classes in the city of Bessemer, they often talk about that a lot. So exactly, we need as many of those as we can, because it can save a person's life just as quick as you can take a person's life. Thank you.
And I do want to go on the record and say this. If we determine, council, that there's 1 or 2 places out there that we didn't cover, I'm going to donate those free of charge. Because what I don't want is, I don't want the council or Shan to receive a phone call where someone went down and we didn't have coverage.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Mr. Seals.
Ma'am, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's great idea. Y'all may have heard me say before that we have an AED in my house that we came about several years ago, and my husband said that I'm not going to use it on him. And I'm like, you'll be dead. You better want me to use it on you. They're idiot proof almost. Well, yeah. But my question is about the chest compression systems.
Yes, ma'am.
We want that for the fire departments, but it's only 3 of them, and we have seven fire departments. Is that correct?
Chief Boyd, are you on?
Madam President.
Mayor Gully.
The reason Council Thickpen is the fire department, and so purchases their own in their budget just about every year. So they're already covered according to Deputy Chief Boyd in that regard. So it was the police that we were mainly focusing on, and to fill in the blanks and stuff that we had in the fire department, as long as, I mean, and as well as municipal buildings, but the fire departments are already equipped and so on fire trucks and in each one of their departments.
And it's my understanding these, the Lucas 3.1 and the Life Pack 15 version 4 are exactly that. Like the mayor said, these are replacements for some that are just absolutely worn out. And I see Chief Boyd in his face now. So if you want to chime in and help us out, that would be appreciated.
I see him there. I did get an opportunity to see one of these packs this morning. You're absolutely right. We do need to replace them. Chief Boyd, are you there? I see you, but I can't hear you.
Unmute your computer.
Unmute. There we go.
Okay. What were you asking? I'm sorry, I was having problems.
We were asking about the 65 portable, I call them handheld compression packets. And the 3, those came from Mr. Seal.
Yeah, Cardiac
Mr.
Solution.
Cardiac Solution, I'm sorry. Mr. Seal, I think that the council has already answered, asked what they needed to ask and the concerns with you and Cardiac Solution.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir, for coming to Bessemer this morning.
We vote on this, Shan, today, or?
We'll get through this, but yeah, it's part of this.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you all. Have a blessed day.
Bye-bye.
Chief, if you will talk about the Lucas 3.1 chest compression system and the Life Pack 15, why we only have 3 of each one of those and exactly what those do, and you would tell the council that.
Yes, sir. The price included on should have covered 6 of each. That's what the total price going to that you have in front of you should be. I think it comes to like 280,000.
If I only have on my sheet that I had, it said 3 Lucas and 3 Life Packs. So if it's 6, somehow that got lost in the translation. So it should be on the resolution 6 Lucas and 6 Life Packs. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir. And what that does is 3 of our Life Packs, like the mayor said, we would have been putting in the budget anyway. And like when we talked to him about it, those are the most expensive things we purchase in the fire department besides trucks. So we're just fortunate that they're able to be included in this, but that would put 1 on every ALS engine, and it would put 1 in a position to be able to use in a roving unit. And then the mechanical CPR devices, we've never been able to purchase because of their expense. But with COVID now and mouth to mouth being shied away from and going to CPR only, the mechanical device allows us to keep some distance from people when we're working full arrest and stuff for now.
So, Council President, Donovan Shane again, item 3 and item 4 in that resolution will need to be updated to say 6 Lucas and 6 Life Pack as opposed to 3 Lucas and 3 Life Packs.
So he said that was $286,000 on board.
It's 286 total, but that's for 6 of each.
286 total.
No, $286,000
right
total for 6 of both devices combined.
On the resolution, Councilor Donald, looks like the Lucas have a price of $15,987.62 each.
Correct.
And the Life Packs are $30,697.53 each. So these are substantial pieces of equipment as opposed to the AEDs.
And on those purchases, I wanted to throw this in there. Jefferson County is buying like 60 Life Packs and 52 devices for countywide fire departments. So normally they would be $38,000. So we got an $8,000 discount on the Life Packs, and we got a $6,000 discount on the mechanical CBR devices because we were doing them as a GPO through Jefferson County. They were buying in bulk, so we got a significant discount.
Councilors, any questions and or concerns? I would want to know if I am down and Bessemer runs on Cynthia, that we have the proper equipment working properly to or shock Cynthia back. I would want that for the city of Bessemer. Just a little humor, but I'm serious. Council, any other concerns and or questions? If not, need a motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that we authorize the mayor, a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a COVID-19 CARES Act sub-grant agreement with Jefferson County and seek reimbursement of the city funds used for COVID-19 necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to the coronavirus disease 2019. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander. Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seals.
Thank you all.
Item number 10, Ms. Taylor.
Status of report for small sales ordinances.
Attorney Payton.
I'm sorry, what, Mr. Seal was speaking with. Which item were we on now? I'm sorry.
Item number 10.
I have not heard from Mr. Blankenship on this matter since the committee meeting. Independently, I have been working on a small cell city ordinance, but I have not heard from him. I've been researching it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Attorney Councilor Matthews, I'm sorry.
In our last committee meeting, the first and only committee meeting, we requested, and I hope, it's kind of getting a little old to keep saying the same thing. We requested that both our attorney Payton and Harris get with Mr. Blankenship. So who has to call who? Does Mr. Blankenship have to call you all, or you all have to call him? I mean, either we're gonna, what are we planning on doing? Because as a committee, we were under the impression after our first meeting that was to happen. And then we came back at the last council meeting, and there had been a meeting with Mr. Blankenship and the mayor, and then we kind of cleared that up to request that the attorneys meet with Mr. Blankenship. Well, who is to contact who? Is Mr. Blankenship is to contact you all, or are you all going to contact him? Because, going back and forth, like kicking the can down, keep kicking the same can down the road is not getting anywhere. I mean, are we going to do a small sale ordinance? And I thought that's what was the intent, was for that to happen, but it seems like it's this one week and it's something else the next week. That's
sure. Go ahead, Mr. Marshall.
So I'm just let me get my question answered first from the attorneys, whether or not, and it's just plain simple, does Mr. Blankenship, I didn't think Mr. Blankenship had to call the attorneys. I thought we requested that the attorneys get with Mr. Blankenship. That's what I was thinking.
I didn't understand it that way. It's my understanding that Mr. Blankenship has been reaching out to the mayor and reaching out to the council to draft this ordinance or to work in this area. Mr. Blankenship has never spoken with me about it. I'm the city attorney. I would have thought that if he wanted me to work with him on an ordinance, he would have contacted me to do that. Now, I don't mind reaching out to him, and I'll be happy to do that. but that wasn't my understanding. I'm not trying to sidestep anything at all. I'll be happy to reach out to the man.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Is that the consensus of the committee? Is Ms. Crusoe?
That is
Councilor
correct.
Thigpen?
That was the understanding that we had the last discussion, that all of the attorneys would get together. I mean, who's to call who? So I guess we're delayed another week on Attorney Payton agreeing that I guess he'll reach out to Attorney Blankenship at this point. But that was the understanding that we had. You are correct.
Okay,
and
now that we,
and Attorney Harris is to be included in the.
That is correct.
Thank you.
now
That's
that
all I
we
have.
know that we've asked that the two attorneys reach out to Attorney Blankenship. We have that straightened out. Attorney Payton and Attorney Harris has agreed to reach out to Attorney Blankenship concerning the small cell ordinance. Item number 11, Ms. Taylor.
Item 11. Status of Tennessee Valley Authority TVA renewal.
I spoke, I did appoint a committee for the TVA renewal, being that Councilor Thigpen is the chair, possibly Councilor Marshall and Councilor Crusoe. I had not heard from Councilor Marshall to this point, but I did call Councilor. One moment, Councilor Marshall. One moment. I did call Councilor Thigpen and expressed to her that I was getting ready to replace Councilor Marshall, and she stated that he had gotten in touch with her and that they had spoke a little about it, but he did agree. As long as he agreed to be on the committee, it's fine with me. Councilor Thigpen, do you have anything you want to say, anything at this point?
Yes, Madam Chair. I would like to set up a meeting next week. I would do it this week, but there's probably people going out of town since it's Labor Day, meaning I'm going out of town. But probably the middle of next week, if we can get the mayor and the attorneys together so that we can discuss this, and Councilor Crusoe and Councilor Marshall, if we could look at either next Wednesday or Thursday, whichever works best for everyone, and schedule a meeting so that we can go over this and get something to present to the full council.
Thank you so much. And when you all do, just let me know and I'll place it back on the agenda so that the committee can discuss it with the council. Item number 12.
Councilor Thigpen, well, I'm sorry, Councilor Donald.
Yes.
Could we meet Thursday morning at 10? Does that work for Councilor Crusoe, Donald, Thigpen and Marshall for us to meet then Thursday at 10?
Yeah.
September 10th?
Yes, ma'am.
That works for me.
At 10.
Mr. Marshall?
That works for me also. That works for me.
Councilor Crusoe?
She's looking at her calendar.
Mayor, does that work for you?
Okay, are you asking this Thursday or next Thursday?
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday, the 10th.
Shouldn't be a problem.
Great. All right, Mayor?
Works for me as well.
Is this at the city hall or resuming? What are we doing here?
I think with a small meeting, we should be able to meet in the multipurpose room.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Item number 12, Ms. Taylor.
Status on written report of Bessemer Utilities Budget 2019-2020.
I placed that on. Mayor did ask that we give him the courtesy before we just come and ask for the written report. I placed that on so that we can have that on the third Tuesday of September. That would be September the 15th.
Now, Madam Chair, may I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir, you sure can.
Now, to get Bessemer utility budget on that day, opposed to, I mean, what are we gonna do with it on that day? Being that that'll be a council meeting, just gonna get it to review it or what? I'm just asking.
Yes, sir, the counselor that asked for it to be placed on to review it. This has been a request for some time.
Yes, ma'am.
We will get it and review it. The questions that we have will come back with the questions that we have from the written report. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Madam President.
And can I?
One moment, Mayor Gully. Go ahead, Councilman.
And the other point I wanted to make was, as I wanted to reemphasize that the previous one, the last one that we received, I requested that it be in a form of something like budgeted year-to-date and actuals, opposed to just giving just one column, because that's what we received last time, and it wasn't even represented to us in that form, because you just giving me something with one column in it. I don't know what you've done historically. You get my point. So give it to us in a budgetary form, and I think we can follow it better and understand it better as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Mayor Gully.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
We've had that discussion, and that was understood from our last communication. I will say that I'll get with Bessemer utility staff. That budget, I want to say, has been prepared and stuff, as you just mentioned, that we had discussed this for quite some time. So it should be prepared, and we'll try and have it in your packs prior and stuff to September and stuff 15th. I'll get with staff and see and stuff if they have it and stuff ready, and they should, because it should have been prepared and stuff some time ago when the initial request came in.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Gully, as far as in going forth to provide that information. As Councilor Matthews just mentioned, if you don't mind reaching out to the people at Bessemer Utilities to make sure that that it's properly formatted and more in depth, because the previous budget information that we received from Bessemer Utility was a bit vague and hard to follow.
Thank you, Councilor Crusoe.
Councilor Crusoe.
Yes, sir.
As I started my comments, yes, that was understood from the last communications that we had, and we made sure and stuff that we did put together something and stuff that was kind of indicative to what and so we've done it with the general fund budget.
Thank you, Mayor Gully. Thank you, Councilor Crusoe. Item number 13, Ms. Taylor.
Item 13, status of quarterly report for community development block grant.
This has been placed on, and it was placed on by me, and I think I sent each of the councilors a letter as well as the mayor. We did agree to request the first Tuesday of the month that we would request a report, a status on the report of the CDBG block grant to receive it on the third, on or by the third council meeting, the second council meeting in September. So that is, Mayor Gully, why I placed that there. It's a request to receive that information as we agreed by the 15th in or by the 15th of September. Item number 14, Ms. Taylor.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
we most definitely had discussed that, and I appreciate that. You and as I stated and so previously, that due to COVID and the fact that a director has not been chosen yet, that there was no activity basically going on in community and economic development at this time. I did not understand the request, and I did have Mr. Abraham Ward available to tell you exactly and so what was going and so on in community and economic development. I can wait till the 15th to do that, or I can have him and stuff tell you and stuff that and stuff right now. That's completely up to you.
No, sir, we'll wait on the written report on the 15th.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Item number 14, Ms. Taylor.
September 1st, 2020, we nuisance report, set hearing date.
Ms. Hall, are you still on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
I do apologize. I should have moved you up so you can get back to your daily duties, but you have the floor now.
Okay, on item number 14, I would like to request that the item be deleted, please.
You said delete it?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Madam President,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to delete item 14.
I need a motion. I mean, I need a second, please.
Second.
It has been properly moved and second that item number 14 be deleted from the agenda for today. A roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Yeah.
Councilor Thigpen. Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you so much. Item number 15, please.
Back to school rally funds.
Council, you know it's about that time that we usually have a back to school rally or a backpack giveaway or school supply giveaway. I initially had addressed the mayor with doing masks to give away in each of our districts. 25,000 will give us 3,500, maybe 3,600 apiece for our district. Seeing that in a meeting, we have been told that this mask wearing will be, she has moved it to October, and it will be moved, it will continuously be moved until December if the numbers does not go down. Our numbers are going down, but they're going down because of a lack of testing. So I would, your back to school rally, I spoke with Tony Patelis as well as Commissioner Tyson, and with these masks and or hand sanitizers, I would have asked you all to use your $2,000 for back to school to purchase mask and hand sanitizer. But we can purchase mask and hand sanitizer and be reimbursed from COVID, because that is what it's due to, the mask wearing, and the hand sanitizers due to COVID. Being in the meeting on the Zoom call on yesterday, one of the doctors from the health department stated that hand sanitizer is good when you can't get to running water. So I would suggest, I spoke to the mayor about this, and we did an invoice. And I see for mask and hand sanitizer is $43,000. And that is not what I want to spend when there's other things in the city of Bessemer that we can do with $43,000. But we can do 25,000 masks for $5,500 that will cover the entire city. That way each of us will get 3,600, and we'll have masks to give out to our constituents. I wanted to bring that to the council and for discussion on today. Council, questions and or concerns?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm glad you brought some clarity, because I was waiting to get to this, thinking that this was an actual purchase, wanting to know $37,000 on some hand sanitizer was, rather despicable. But I agree, given that, things have been changed around for our kids with the virtual, and also stepping out to do all that we can to keep our citizens as safe as possible during such a trying time. I agree that any measures that we can take to reinforce their safety, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Any other council? And with my back to school rally funds, seeing that we will be reimbursed for the masks due to COVID, with my back to school rally funds, I have 5 new teachers at Charles F. Hart Elementary School. Usually I would throw a big bash for the children and do backpacks, and we do rides and different things, but due to us being socially distancing and have the mask, I have chosen to give my funds to those 5 new teachers that's coming into the Bessemer City school system. And they are, when I say new, they are new teachers coming into the school system to help them with their classrooms and their virtual needs. That is what I've chosen to do with my funds. Any other concerns and or comments?
Madam Chair, as far as with the request, do we forward this information on to revenue as to where we choose for our funds to go? Because I would like for mine to be evenly distributed to Jonesboro Elementary, Bessemer Middle, and the high school.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
And I concur with you and Councilor Crusoe. But first, I think, use your back to school to your discretion, but I think the proper way for it to be done in a resolution form and it be voted on and go forward that way.
Well, that's a good thing, but Councilor Matthews, and I will have a resolution, but I chose to have discussion on it first.
Yeah. I understand, but Councilor Crusoe just asked a question about forwarding it on to revenue. I understand what you were saying, but she was saying forward it on to revenue, and I was just, clearing that up so she can get a resolution done before forwarding it on to revenue. That's all.
Yes, sir. And I was asking so that we can discuss and consider public purpose with respect to the back to school funds, and that was what I was doing. And we can get a resolution to that effect. Mayor Gully, do you want to chime in on this conversation?
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I think you just about and stuff wrapped it and stuff up. I love, but you know, it is a reimbursement. That's all and stuff that I want to make aware and stuff of. And we'll be submitting that along with quite a few other things that we have from police and fire and each one of the departments and stuff within the city.
Thank you, sir. We will get with Attorney Harris to get those resolutions taken care of.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I still have money from last year that I need to present to the school. So do I just do it with this money as well?
That's totally up to you, Councilor Alexander, whether or not you want to do it in one check or two checks. That's totally up to you.
Thank you.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
customarily funding and stuff from a budget is never carried over. Every budget is its own budget. And so unless and stuff, particular dollars and stuff were set into a specific account, I really would like to know what kind of additional money and stuff was left over. I mean, because every budget, there's no carryover of dollars and stuff in a budget.
Councilor Alexander, did you place those in a specific account or place to have it there when you need it or not?
Yes, I did. And also, I spent $1,000 on the back to school, the movie rally and everything last year. And I was going to present Abrams with a check, but COVID happened around the time for their graduation. So we didn't get a chance to do the resolution and everything.
Greg or Shan, could you all speak and stuff to that? I mean, I don't, from a legal standpoint, if it was from last budget year or was it from last calendar year after the budget of October 1?
It was after the budget on October 1.
Okay, thank you.
Let me gather some facts. I'll give it to the council in a minute so I can understand what the facts are. I'm not sure exactly what dollar we're talking about and when, so I'll get with the council immediately after this so I can get the facts on this, if you don't mind.
So is this not like a discretionary fund?
I think, Councilor Alexander, this is Shan. The fiscal year runs from October 1 of 19 to September 30th of 20. So anything's allotted for the school, back to school, would be from October 1 of 19 through September 30th of 20. Anything before October 1 of 19 that wasn't spent could not be spent this year. So, you know, it's two separate fiscal years. Like what the mayor says, it doesn't carry from one, anything left over in the pot doesn't carry over. So
no, I'll get that resolution by next council meeting. Sure. That way we can present the school with the check before the fiscal year ends.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilor Alexander, Attorney Harris said he would like to get with you after this meeting so he can get some specifics, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Item number 17, please.
Item 17 is a resolution authorizing payment to EEFS Company PC for June 2020 invoices.
Council, you've heard. You have it in your packet. Are there any questions and or concerns?
Is EFS on the line?
Mr. Gilbert, are you on the line?
Yes, we're here.
I ask this question every council meeting about those invoices, and you tell me I'm going to check, and I'll make sure to have that back to you. The ones that I was questioning the last two council meetings.
Yeah, one of them had been paid, and one of them was approved at that council meeting.
Okay, thank you. So, in your packet, I see here, Shalacy. Is this Shalacy Holding, that's in the packet? Is this for the junkyard on 12th Avenue?
Yes, ma'am. The question about whether that right of way had been vacated. We had the title commitment pulled and it had been vacated. The property was actually owned at one time by Birmingham Electric Company. And Birmingham, when they bought Birmingham Electric Company, Alabama Power bought Birmingham Electric. Alabama Power vacated that old right of way there. So it does belong. Then Alabama Power sold it to the Shalacys. So they do own that property.
So the roads were open. That's what you're telling me.
They were never open. It's part of the old downtown streetcars. Birmingham Electric Company provided power and owned those cars. And I guess when Alabama Power bought Birmingham Electric Company, that's when they acquired that portion of the right of way.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir. Councilor Matthews.
Yeah, just a quick question for Mr. Gilbert. Is there any timeline when the state's supposed to do US 11?
We've been talking with them, but I know they bid it and it's under contract, but I don't have any idea when they're going to start. Daniel, have you talked to him?
I've reached out to try to get an idea of when. I haven't heard back, but based on previous jobs from after they let to when they go to construction, I would anticipate sometime in this month of September starting, but I don't know that for a fact yet.
Okay, and right there coming down the hill from Town and Country, where the Chevron is on the Town and Country side, not so much on the Chevron side, but on the town, it's a pool of water that comes down and it sits in that right lane. If you're coming from Walmart, I've seen several cars almost hydroplane when they hit that massive pull of water. I think a trench was cut for that water to drain back off of that right lane where that water comes. It doesn't hit the catch base. It comes down the hill, comes right down the hill from like Enterprise coming on down the hill, and it just sits in that right lane.
Yes, sir. Councilor Matthews,
Is that going to be
I've talked with AlDOT twice about that. I will call them again.
Yeah, because if not, we're going to end up, it's going to be a bad incident right there. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Gilbert, as far as number 31, can you expound upon that a little more for me as far as with the drainage?
Yeah, Councilor Cruz, so this is Daniel Mayfield. I can answer any questions regarding that.
My question is, can you expound upon it? Let me know what took place concerning that.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We had a culvert repair at 15th Street and 10th Avenue that we overseen that the city repaired. We had a drainage complaint on Cedar Creek Park Drive where we went out and made a site visit and a report. We had at 3134 Avenue E, we replaced the old corrugated metal pipe that was rusted out with assisted public works, and in that project, replacing that pipe with a reinforced concrete pipe. We had a drainage complaint at 2201 Dartmouth Avenue, where we gathered information, made a site visit, and did a report for the Public Works Department. We also had at 419 Memorial Drive, we had a residential house that was going to be putting a on-site sewer system across a utility easement that we assisted with on that. And we also had HOA of Southwood Park subdivision, some drainage complaints that they come in and had some issues with.
You said 2201 Dartmouth Avenue. Is that James Ward across the street, the empty lot?
That's his house.
It is a residence right there on the corner. I can't think of the property owner's name at the moment.
Mr. James Ward.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Daniel, while you're on the line, let me ask a question. Who's doing the paving down on 4th Avenue and between 21st and 22nd Street? What company?
4th Avenue, 21st, it's sidewalks going in
Yes.
right there.
Yes.
That's the Public Works Department, redoing the sidewalks, making them ADA compliant.
I would have rather had the Public Works on the south side of Bessemer on Berkeley. What's the status on that on that property over there? Those sidewalks over there. What's the status of those?
At Berkeley, you talking about on the sidewalk project?
Yes.
We're about to be doing a punch list inspection on those sidewalks. You know, that was the bid through AlDOT and the contractor. Yes, ma'am. It's nearing completion as we speak. There'll be a punch list in the next week or two on that.
Okay, I do have a punch list for you. I will send that to you, but I also, during my riding of the city, I saw the work that was done by Public Works. And truly, I love the work that I saw that was done by the Public Works Department. I compared that work to the work that was done over on Berkeley Avenue, and there's a difference. There is a difference. So I must say hats off to the Bessemer Public Works Department, because they did wonderful work with those sidewalks there on 4th Avenue. Council, you've heard any more concerns and or questions?
Madam Chair, just one more question. Daniel, this is Councilor Alexander. Over in District 2 off 24th Street, I know they did the sidewalks there, but they left equipment sitting there in the lots, and the citizens are concerned. Are they totally done and through with their equipment? If so, can we contact them to have them to come move their equipment, please?
Is that the one near the interstate, Councilor Alexander?
Yes.
I think that is Spire. They're not done in the area. The sidewalk contractor that I'm aware of does not have any equipment in the area. That is Spire, still got ongoing work in that area.
Okay, so the equipment is needed. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Council, I need a motion and a second to accept.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I move the resolution.
I need a second, please.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second that we'll accept the resolution from EEFS. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Donald, this is Ron Gilbert.
Yes, sir.
May I speak just a minute?
Yes, sir.
We got a letter from AlDOT on a project that's going on I-459 from the beginning of I-459 at 5920 through the Bessemer city limits past exit 6. It goes all the way to Highway 150, which would be in the city of Hoover, about putting the barrier rails in the middle of the road that keeps traffic from crossing over and hitting a car head on the other lane. I know y'all have seen the cables that they put out on 5920. That the agenda be amended for the council to review that today if possible. We just want to move that project forward.
Council, you've heard attorney, I'm sorry.
And it'll be at no cost to the city. I'm sorry, Council.
It'll be at no cost to the city. We'll get you that information that they put cables in the middle of the, is it I-459? It is an LDOT project at no cost to the city. We'll deem that 17A.
And Councilor Doll, I can read the project number if the council so wishes for the record.
Please read it into record, please.
Yes, ma'am. It will be project number HSIP-I459 parentheses 312.
Can you repeat that, please?
HSIP-I459 312 is in parentheses. And the proper name of the project is I-459 Interstate Median Crossover Protection from I-2059 to 0.56 miles south of State Route 150.
And do you know roughly how much further down 150 it's gonna come?
It's not on 150, it'll be on I-459. Basically, it's from I-5920 to almost the State Route 150 there in Hoover.
Exit 10.
At the exit 10. It goes through the city limits of Bessemer on all of I-459, but a part of the project does go into Hoover.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We have the standard project resolution from the state on this one also.
Hey, I have a question, Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
We have concrete barriers up through there from right near Parkwood Road overpass all the way to the hill there at exit 10. Are they going to take them down?
No, ma'am, they'll tie into those and leave those concrete barriers. It'll just be that part of I-459 that doesn't have any kind of barrier. They'll put the cables up.
Oh, it's solid concrete from there to the top of the hill at 150. So it should just be from there back.
Yeah, it will tie into that. That's where they will.
Okay. Okay. So it shouldn't be any in the city of Hoover. It should all be in the city of Bessemer and all the way back to 2059. Because there is no barrier from there back.
Council, you've heard from the engineers that will be deemed 17A, 459 median crossover and protection. I need a motion and a second, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move item 17A, I guess code name HSIP-I459-312.
Second.
Has been properly moved and second. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thickhen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
And we did say no cost to the city, that's correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. It's 100% state and federal money.
Thank you, sir. Item number 20.
Item 20 is a resolution authorizing mayor to enter into an agreement for revenue administration with Avenue Insights and Analytics LLC.
Mayor Gully, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Madam President. This is obviously a renewal of what we've done in the past when it comes to tax collections and auditing of companies through business license, so forth and so on. This company was named
RDS.
RDS. Thank you, Councilor Matthews. It was named RDS that had collected and so sales tax and did audits and stuff for us on businesses to make sure that they paid their business license and taxes. So this is just a renewal, a 1-year renewal.
Council, any questions and or concerns? I need a motion and a second, please.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move that resolution.
I need a second. Has been
Second.
properly moved and second that we will renew Avenue Insights and Analytics LLC prior RDS. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander,
Aye.
Councilor Collier,
Aye.
Councilor Marshall,
Aye.
Councilor Matthews,
Yeah.
Councilor Thigpen,
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe,
Aye.
Councilor Donald.
Aye.
7 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Item number 21, please.
Resolution authorizing mayor to accept brownfield assessment grant and authorizing execution of cooperative agreement with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Madam
Madam
Chair.
President,
Yes, sir, Mayor Gully.
I'm gonna step out of the screen and allow us of Mr. Norris to discuss and some Brownsfield with you all. If you have any questions, he'll be able to handle that.
Councilor Crusoe, I'm going to step out the screen for just a few moments. If I'm not back, please take over.
Well, good morning, councilors.
Good morning.
Morning. Well, it's actually afternoon now, but just wanted to point out that back in May, the Environmental Protection Agency notified the city that we had received a $300,000 brownfield assessment grant. This is a great get for the city of Bessemer that it will allow us to be able to assess some of these brownfields here in our community. I have a guest on the line from the Environmental Protection Agency. She has agreed to join us this morning and talk a little bit about the program, the benefits of it. This is a very competitive grant. We were in competition with cities all across the country and in the Southeast to get this grant. And Ms. Olga Perry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
And Ms. Perry, I'd like, if I can, I'd just like for you to just talk a little bit about the grant. And the great thing about Ms. Perry is she's actually a native of Bessemer. And she's working with the Region 4 office in Bessemer, in Atlanta. So she's had an opportunity to see what this program has been able to do in other communities. And so I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Perry.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is, Mr. Norris said, is Olga. It's Olga Alva Perry. I am a native of Bessemer, Alabama. I attended Hart, St. Francis, and Just Lanier High. Currently, I'm a physical scientist that has served with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Come September 23rd, will be 30 years. But I'm a senior project officer that provides guidance to cities, states, local governmental agencies, nonprofit entities, and we help them to develop and implement new and innovative approaches for restoration, reuse, and redevelopment of brownfield sites. I am certainly happy to be on this call to provide a brief description of a community-wide assessment brownfield grant that you have been awarded. As Mr. Norris said, this is a competitive process. I mean, uber competitive, and you guys were able to receive a grant that provided you with $300,000 in funds to do things like inventory of the brownfield sites, characterize, assess, conduct a range of planning activities, develop site-specific cleanup plans, and conduct community involvement related brownfield activities. The grant will allow you to use it for 3 years. You'll use it for 3 years. It is my job, along with the state of Alabama and the city, to accomplish this task. Mr. Norris has my information, and I am happy to answer any questions you guys may have now or later. That's it.
Madam
Ms.
Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Norris, question for you. I wanted to look at the grant. I asked you to send me the actual grant that was submitted. Can you email all the councilors the actual grant that was submitted, or the ones that want to read over it?
Absolutely, that shouldn't be a problem, but you do have in your packet the grant agreement. You also do have some information in your packet about the actual brownfields, but that shouldn't be an issue. We can get the grant. We can get the grant application, because it would have been the application that you would have been asking for. So is that what you're asking for, the application?
That's exactly what I'm asking for.
Okay, yes, you can get it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Norris, when you submit that application to the council, will you be certain that it entails all of the details as far as in identifying whatever sites or entities were used as far as in securing those funds?
I'm sorry, Councilor Caruso, could you ask that question again?
When you submit the copy of the application that Councilor Alexander just mentioned, well, first let me ask you a question. When we made application for this Brownsfield grant, did we have to identify certain areas throughout the city, or in securing it or making application?
One moment, Councilor Crusoe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
going to ask you to take over the meeting. I have to leave.
What's wrong?
I have to leave.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, go ahead. Let's continue. I'm listening to you, Mr. Norris.
Yeah, Councilor Caruso, we did make some one of the things that the EPA and particularly the grant review committees will look for is whether or not cities, when they apply for these grants, do you have some idea of what you plan to do? One thing that is very helpful when a community applies for the grant is to say, in this particular area, we have this type of investment. One of the things that I have learned from grant funders is that they don't want to, in a sense, throw money into a black hole. They want to put money into communities that have some development going on. They want to put it in areas where they know that the funds are going to be used to support and help lift the community. So about 2 years ago, I don't know if you guys were aware, but the president had actually issued an order to all federal agencies. And Ms. Perry, if you're on the phone, then you can back me up on this. But one of the things I know in particular that the president said was that he wanted the federal agencies in the federal government to give preference to, in their grants, to areas that have opportunity zones. And so in applying for this grant, we said, well, Bessemer has been downtown Bessemer, which includes everything from, I want to say, was that Carolina Avenue to the interstate that will go through both districts 1 and 2. This and actually go over into the Jonesboro community, goes all the way over to 9th Street, goes over to Westlake Mall. That area, which is a census tract, has been declared a federal opportunity zone. And so in order to strengthen our grant, we went in and said that Bessemer has an opportunity zone. We have some development that's taking place in our downtown district. As you know, The City Hall project, you have some developers that have expressed an interest in redeveloping it. You also have some other developers that are starting to look into this area. So in order to strengthen our grant, in order to make it more attractive to funders, we did say that we would, that downtown Bessemer or the city of Bessemer has an opportunity zone. We like to use these grant funds as part of helping that lift, but doing that doesn't limit the grant from being spent in other parts of the city. So I'm hoping that answers your question.
It does. I mean, I just want, well, I'm sure the application will a copy of the application will reflect that. Thank you so much, Mr. Norris.
And Councilor, as I said, Ms. Perry's also on the phone. She's from the city of Bessemer. She's with EPA, and she's been working with cities throughout the Southeast on this. So Ms. Perry, if you don't mind, you can kind of maybe talk to them a little bit about that. Maybe what some reviewers look for when they're actually, because you don't actually score the grants yourself. The federal government actually has reviewers.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, I'm sorry.
I do. I'm one of the reviewers that scored we call them proposals. And people, a lot of times people call them applications, but they are proposals. It's a 15-page proposal. It has to be tight. It has to give us information about what you plan to do. As I said in the beginning, Mr. Norris said that it's a very tight competition. If you have to, I mean, you can only lose like maybe 5-6 points and be awarded out of 150 points, I'll say, or 125 points. It's very competitive. It's extremely competitive. And what we ask for is our projects. You don't have to work on the projects that you put in there, but we need to have some kind of idea. You understand what the grant is all about, and if you are fortunate enough to receive one, that you're going to hit the ground running. We don't expect people to give money back. That it doesn't look good for us. It doesn't look good for you, because we have to go before Congress and justify the funds that we do have. And so when we give it to someone, we want that entity to be ready. And that's what the proposal that was submitted from Bessemer provided to us. It said that we're ready. We have something that we want to do, that we need to do, to make our city a better place, to help it redevelop, to be prepared for other people to come in and do some work to make you a better city.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The rest of the council, does anyone else have any more questions or concerns?
Yes, I do. May I?
Go ahead, Mr. Matthews, Councilor Matthews.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Perry and Mr. Norris. And you're right. We don't want to give money back. We don't want to get all we can. But I like to thank you all for your presentation. And that's all I got to say, because we need to get as much Brownsville, accept much Brownsville as we are awarded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Pro Tem.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say to Ms. Perry as well, thank you so much for presenting to us. Thank you so much for being a Bessemer native. Wherever I go around the world, it never fails. You always meet someone from Bessemer, Alabama. So again, thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
And same here. I look forward to working with you all as well. It's always a good opportunity to come back home. Always.
Madam Pro Tem. Madam Pro Tem.
Yes, sir. Y'all excuse me. I've had to change over to the third computer. I mean, I'm not certain. I'm having technical difficulties, but go ahead, Councilor Marshall.
Well, I just want to say, again, thanks for all of the hard work, and this is a great opportunity for Bessemer. So I'd like to move the resolution so that we can go and receive this $300,000 grant.
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, we have, it's been properly motion and second Roll call, Ms. Wanda.
Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall.
Aye.
Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Again, we want to thank you for your presentation, and Mr. Norris, thank you for your time as well. Number 22, I think it is, Ms. Wanda.
A resolution authorizing mayor to execute authorization to proceed order to PPM Consultants, Inc. for professional services related to EPA Brownfield Assessment Grant.
All right, Councilor, Madam President Pro Tem, this
Yes,
is
sir.
a part of the Brownfields grant. A few years ago, we had PPM, which reached out to the city and actually, I think it was, they were working at that time or reached out through Councilor Vance and I think Mr. Will Baylor, and they had actually, the city council at that time entered into an agreement with them to help us prepare the grant. And PPM has been working with us the past several years. As part of the grant, EPA requires us to work with a consulting firm on this grant, and PPM, we went through a competitive process. We did requests for qualifications, and PPM had actually came out on top. They were not automatically able to help us prepare the grant and go towards go to writing the grant as well. They had to actually go in and compete with other companies. And they did that, and we had a review committee to score all of their proposals, and PPM, as I said, came out on top. They have an extensive record of working with cities throughout the Southeast on brownfields. And I have Mr. Mike McCown here, who is from PPM. And Mike, if you're on the call, I'd love for you to address the council and tell them a little bit about your company and some of the work that you guys have done in the past.
Sure. Good afternoon, Terrain, and Mayor Grelly and Madam Pro Tem and Council. I'm glad to be on the call here. You've done a great job, Olga, you and Terrain, explaining this, how the grant is to be used. And one thing I want to add to that is I know, Terrain, you'd identified over 100 different brownfield properties in the footprint of Bessemer that would classify potentially as a brownfields. And what happens with these things is no matter, every time a property changes hands, they're going to go through a series of due diligence steps, appraisals, title searches, surveys, that kind of thing, in addition to an environmental study. So this pays for those studies, and it's something that will help you market your properties to prospective buyers and developers to help the transaction go through and clean out all these environmental cobwebs that can get in the way of a deal. So it can be a good economic development tool for you guys to go forward in getting people interested in your city like you've been doing here recently. PPM, we've been in business 27 years, 110 people, 7 offices. I'm one of the founders in Birmingham. I've gotten to know a lot of people in your community over the last few years, and the city's been trying for years to win this grant. And like they said, it's very competitive. I think, Terrain, you came in just a point or two shy last year. And so this year you have to give it another go line. And we have worked with, over 50 cities in the Southeast. I mean, currently and here recently, it's the city of Selma, Mobile, Decatur, Valley, Bay Minette, Dothan, Greenville, and then all over the Southeast. And so we've been very involved in this footprint since the inception of the program. We work with Olga on numerous sites and know her and her staff very well over at EPA. And it's our job to help you guys get the most bang for your buck out of this, to help you identify those properties, to sit down and we can explain the environmental matters with people if they have concerns. We've worked with ADEM to make sure they're involved with this and to get these things really. I mean, the environmental studies are important. The health side is important, but really what you're after is to get these things developed and something that was blighted and people are afraid to touch out of the way and something good sitting there for the city and for the community. And our charge is to help you do that.
And Mike, and I'm sorry, Mike, if you don't mind, can you give them some examples of what some other cities have done in terms of taking their brownfields from being environmental, I guess, roadblocks to development to being actual productive, reused, actually productive towards the city's economic development goals?
Yeah, sure. Down like in Mobile, for example, They have what they call Brooklyn Field, and it was an old airstrip down there. That's been totally redeveloped into light industrial use. A lot of jobs been created. Brownfield studies were done on those. There were historic buildings in downtown Mobile that were developed into office complexes. Instead of tearing down the historic structure, they were made into something very pleasing there in Mobile. City of Valley right now, they purchased an old textile mill, 16 acres, a complete disaster out there, and were awarded a cleanup grant, which is a little different from this. And all that is being cleaned up now and be developed into a park in the City of Valley. That's another example. It's happened in every city we've been in. Decatur, the same way, a historic port. They went through a change of ownership and got developed into something different. So I can go on and on, Terrain, on these. That's just a few examples.
Okay. Mr. Mike, I failed to get his last name. What's the last name again?
I said the City of Valley and City of Decatur.
No, your name. What's your last name?
Oh, I'm sorry, McCown, MCCOWN.
Okay. All right, thank you. Council, did you all have any more questions or concerns for Mr. McCown?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess I did my little research and followed PPM from Irondale to Mobile, and went down through Valley and back up to Decatur, and I think you all are down in Louisiana as well, right?
Yes, sir. We have 2 offices in Louisiana and office in Mississippi and 2 in Florida.
Yeah. So I did my little homework after receiving the information. Let me ask a question. Is Mr. Norris and Mr. McCown, is the Brownsfield, what we just voted on, is it predicated on having a consultant along with it, or is it separate?
Well, there's 2 things. You accepted moving forward with the grant, so you will sign a cooperative agreement with EPA, and OGA will be your project officer reviewing all that. It's a fairly standard agreement. So that obligates the funds, and you're committing to do the right thing with the funds. And a part of that is hiring a technical service provider, an engineering firm that can help with the studies. There needs to be certain certifications and qualified environmental professionals involved in doing the work actually on the sites out there. And so that's where our role comes in as that consultant.
Okay. And Mr. Norris,
let me also back him up. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Let me also back him up in saying that in the proposal that was submitted, it was stated, and it's part of the criterion when you compete for this grant, is that you will hire environmental expertise, because we don't expect you to have that kind of service on hand. So we expect you to hire someone who is knowledgeable, first of all, of our process, and second of all, who is knowledgeable of environmental issues that occur with brownfield sites. And let me back up just a moment and say, when we talk about brownfield sites, those brownfield sites are those blighted sites or sites that are eyesores, and they may not be contaminated, but they may be suspected of having some kind of contamination, such as a service station, such as, I guess, your one of the buildings that was mentioned was your former city hall. And it could have been contaminated for various reasons. And one being, I think if I remember correctly, it burned. So whatever the reason was, but again, it doesn't have to be contaminated, but you have to hire someone who has knowledge of what is needed to determine that. And at the end, a report is produced so that you, the city, are able to present it to any kind of developer that's interested in your city, or anyone who wants to revitalize or work toward making it a better place. But I just wanted to add that.
Okay, yeah, and I thank you for that. And I was just wondering about the, I guess, the selection that Mr. Norris made mention of, that it was several, it was 2 or 3 different other companies, but PMP came out on top. And I would just wanted him to expound on that just a little bit.
Yes, Councilman Matthews, as I said, that as Ms. Perry pointed out, we don't have the expertise in the house, so they do require you to go out and hire a firm. And we followed the federal guidelines in terms of soliciting requests for qualifications. It was advertised in AL.com, and it was open. We had quite a few companies that actually called and were interested in it, but we only had a few that actually applied. And as I said, PPM, based on their criteria, I wasn't actually part of the scoring committee. I actually stepped aside and let a committee do it. But having looked at PPM's qualifications, and you have their qualifications within your packet, they were far and above the best ones that the committee members looked at.
Yeah, I went a step farther than that, Mr. Norris. I went and Googled them and read about them late last night. So I do find them to be qualified, one. And by the way, since you mentioned that committee, and I wouldn't have asked, who was part of that committee?
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm not sure that's the best. I'm not sure an open forum like this is the best way to do it. We work with the federal government on that, since we had other companies that actually took part in the process. I'm not sure necessarily saying who the committee people were. They were people that I would expect to have background in environmental issues, community, and economic issues, things like that, and looked over. But they were here. Yeah, but they looked at it and they looked over all of the packets and they recommended PPM up to the city council. So that's what's been done. And as I said, I don't know if that's a good idea just because you had some other companies that had applied. And I don't know if on an open forum, if it's good to say this person was on the committee, that person was on the committee. But in terms of applying and going by federal guidelines, we did that.
Yeah, well, I guess I look at it a little bit different. I don't think nothing should be top secret when it's something that we have to vote on. And I'm just being straight. I don't think it should have been that top secret. If it's something that we have to vote on, I think we should be apprised of all the information that you all know as well. But that answers my question. Someone else may have some more questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
My screen is limited, so I don't know who is this. Councilor Alexander.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Norris, when was this committee formed? And since you can't give us the information in open council, can you submit those names in an email to the council body, please?
I'll double check with legal and make sure. But again, this is something we keep those records. And Ms. Perry, if you don't mind, I think we have to actually keep those records of how we scored it and turn it into the federal government, do we not?
You have to keep it for your records if they're audited. Yes.
But is this confidential information to not give the council body who's on the committee?
We don't have any guidance.
As I said, council, I double check with legal, but I talk to legal, and if they're fine with it, I'm good with it. I have no issues. I just want to always go by legal and make sure I'm not. It's not so much top secret, but we're talking in an open meeting about companies that actually bid on it. Do you think it's wise at that point to just go and say such and such was on the committee? And those companies could come in and look at this. Now, in terms of talking to providing that information to the council, I'll talk with legal, and if they said it's good, I have no issue with it.
Attorney Harris.
Madam Pro Tem.
Okay, I think Councilor Alexander is still talking. Councilor Marshall, just 1 second.
Okay. All right.
Is Attorney Harris not on the line still?
I am. Can you hear me?
Attorney Harris, can you chime in on that?
I will get with the mayor and them all and find out as best I can who was on the committee. I'll determine if there's any impediment to not knowing who was on the committee.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Are you done, Councilor Alexander?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Marshall, go ahead.
Well, my understanding of this whole process is that you probably, even if you got the list of committee members, you won't know who they are. It's not like us appointing local people or local people in Bessemer are going to be on that committee. It's going to be people with the expertise in that kind of work. So, I mean, yeah, you can see it, but probably won't be anybody you recognize the names of.
Okay, Councilor Marshall. I mean, I would like to touch on that since you made that point. It sounds I guess in a sense that maybe you're a little more privy to some information than some of the rest of us on the council. But and I also would like to state for the record as well, I find it quite strange that the 7 of us who are left to be responsible, those of us who are left with the actual vote, receive such limited information that we're going to be held liable for. I think we need to do a better job on making those of us who have the 7 votes and again being held responsible a little more privy to the necessary information to feel comfortable in casting our votes. Now, as far as what is the pleasure of it? Okay, I also had a question too. With this consultation with these consultants, do we have a ballpark figure as to the cost of it? And I also heard for the 3 years, is this a one-time $300,000 that covers those 3 years, or is this every year we'll receive $300,000?
Counselor, the money goes entirely to the Brownfield program. So the consultant will work with us on the Brownfields. It covers everything related to the entire program. So it does cover the cost of the consultant. It covers the assessment of the properties. It covers the record keeping associated with it. So it covers the entire grant. The federal government is providing this money to the city to do those things. And so the federal government, as she said, we actually have to make a report to them, and that's where PPM will come in and assist us alongside it. We don't have the expertise in-house to do brownfield assessment here in the city of Bessemer, so that's why they actually work with a consultant. And then they pay for the entire process. So everything, that includes the consulting fees and everything else. And all of that information was provided in your packet.
And Terrain, if I can add to that. I think
you kind of misunderstood what I was saying. I wasn't asking as far as in us having to come out of funds from the city of Bessemer. I was asking roughly if there were any figures, whether it came out of the Brownsfield money or wherever it came from. Did they have that just an idea of their cost? That was my question.
And Terrain, if I can jump in. Terrain, this is Mike McCown at BPM.
Yeah, Mike, if you don't mind,
you can provide the information.
About that?
Yeah, well, we provided the proposal to the city to consider. That was addressed to the mayor back a few weeks ago, and I don't know if it's in the packet or not, but how the money can be used, it is $300,000 over the 3-year period. That's not 300 times 3, so that's the total amount. And the EPA they ask for a budget in your grant proposal you provided. They want an idea of how you're going to spend the money, and all that's lined out in pretty good detail in the grant proposal that the city submitted. And from there, even though there's boundaries how the money can be spent, there is flexibility. And you never know exactly what you're going to run into, because if somebody popped up and said, hey, we want to develop a site next to Pipe Yard, the level of work needed on that versus something next to the new Amazon may be different because of the industrial history of the properties. And so the way we do it is with we ask for a master contract with the city. And then as each project comes in, we're going to do a community meeting, or we're going to do a phase 1 or a phase 2 on a property, those kinds of things. We'll give individual cost estimates for each of those for approval as we go along. So that way you guys have some protection where it's not just an open checkbook to PPM. The other things it can be used for is sending anybody from the city who's interested in going to brownfield conferences. The EPA highly recommends you guys do that. I know you've been to some in the past, terrain. People in the economic development side, they want to learn more about it. It'll pay for the travel to those types of conferences, whether local or national conferences. And also it pays for things like property condition assessments, infrastructure inventory, land use assessments, even things like doing some preliminary retail studies to see the marketability of a piece of property. EPA is allowing that to be spent too. So the $300,000, some of the money will go to you guys for travel, but most of it will come to us to manage. But again, individual task orders for doing the work as you move forward. So it's not just, where the money's going. And believe me, every penny there's a quarterly report due to Olga, and you got to document what you did and how you did it. And she's even involved in saying which sites you can or cannot assess to some degree. So it's fairly well protected all the way around as far as how the money's spent.
No problem. Mr. McCown, concerning this, I really appreciate you going a little more in depth as far as in providing this information to us. Not only do I feel a bit more informed, also for the citizens of Bessemer, knowing that we're on live. A lot of times when I'm asking the questions, it's not just for myself. I want the citizens to be a little more privy to the business of the city as well. Now, do we have a motion on this resolution, please?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I would like to authorize to proceed the order for PMP Consultants, Inc. for professional service related to the EPA Brownsfield Assessment Grant.
Second.
Okay, it has been properly motion and second. Can you do a roll call, Ms. Taylor, please? Is Ms. Taylor still with us?
Still in council, man.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Councilor Alexander.
Aye.
I'm sorry. Councilor Collier.
Aye.
Councilor Marshall. Councilor Marshall.
Aye, I'm here, I'm aye.
Okay. Councilor Matthews.
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen.
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, I'm looking at my notes. It appears that we've already properly addressed item 23 and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, number 25, please.
Okay. A resolution authorizing mayor to execute an independent grant of easement to J.D. Birmingham LLC.
Okay, Mayor
Yes,
Gully,
ma'am.
or
Hey,
who
this
wants
is
to speak on
Shan.
that?
This
Yes,
is
sir.
Shan. We have J.D. Birmingham LLC is the company that is building the FedEx facility there by the Dollar General. And they need to cross Rodeo Court, which is the road that was built in between the Dollar General and the FedEx facility to put a sewer line in there. So this is a grant of easement to allow them to put a sanitary sewer line buried 4 feet under Rodeo Court. We don't want them to do a street cut. So it's underground easement for them to put their sanitary sewer line in. So this would be, it says it's a resolution, it is a resolution, but it is of a permanent nature. So I would like you guys to authorize the council to consider this at this first reading.
Okay. Council, does anyone have any other questions or concerns?
Madam Pro Tem.
Yes, Mayor Marshall.
I move that we consider the resolution.
Second.
Okay. Well, it has been motion and second. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander,
Aye.
Councilor Collier,
Aye.
Councilor Marshall,
Aye.
Councilor Matthews,
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen,
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays.
Madam,
The
That was-
motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir, Mr. Marshall.
I move the resolution.
Okay,
Second.
yes, sir. Okay, it's been properly moved and second as far as the moving of the resolution. Ms. Taylor?
Councilor Alexander,
Aye.
Councilor Collier,
Aye.
Councilor Marshall,
Aye.
Councilor Matthews,
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen,
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Okay, item number 26, Ms. Taylor, please.
Resolution authorizing Kellum Wilson and Associates PC to assist Finance Director with preparing books and records needed to complete city audit.
Okay, council, do we have any questions or concerns on item 26?
Madam Pro Tem,
Councilor Alexander?
is this the company that does our audits?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And will we be paying them out the general budget or with the COVID money?
We will be paying them out of COVID and stuff money. We'll submit COVID money, CARES Act money to be withdrawn and stuff for that assistance.
So we will get reimbursed for this assistance,
We will apply for reimbursement for that assistance, yes.
but we don't know for sure if we will get the money.
We don't know for sure, and so in our reimbursement of any.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Let me ask-
one there.
Yeah, let me ask.
Go ahead, Councilor Matthews.
I'd say one question, but it might lead to more than one. And this is, I'm trying to understand this. This is to assist, and for what duration? What time frame are we talking about? That'll be the first question.
Council Matthews, as everybody knows, we're in the midst of a pandemic. And we've had employees who has not been at work because they were diagnosed with COVID. We've had employees that has worked from home because of social distancing. And just like many other cities around the country, in the state of Alabama, we are behind on applying and stuff, on getting our audit and stuff ready. The urgency in having Kellum and Wilson assist and stuff us in doing it is because we have approximately about $4 million in the of savings in the market, which we cannot access or go for or apply for until we have far enough along in an audit in order and stuff to do that. So it was my suggestion or mutual suggestion with Kellum and Wilson that we would disengage Kellum and Wilson and have them assist us in getting in some of the audit ready to a particular point where we and stuff can take advantage of the $4 million in, that's in stuff the market for savings. We also have lost several employees, 3 to Jefferson County, 1 to the city of Birmingham, and 1 to the city of Tarrant, all accountants, all and stuff for higher compensation. So that's kind of where we are in preparing to try and get our audit to a particular point where we can submit it to Standard and Poor and take advantage of some of the savings. Now, however, if Kellerman Wilson was going to assist us at that particular point, then they're no longer an independent and sub-auditor. So I'll have to engage another independent and sub-auditor, which is principal and associates and stuff to do that. But we will apply, and we're confident that all the money that we spent in getting our audit ready with Kellerman Wilson will be reimbursed through the CARES Act.
Mm-hmm. Now, and I know this in the breast of the mayor too, and you said about the employees that we have lost, but we start losing since you made mention that we start losing employees prior to COVID for whatever reason, and I won't get into that, but it's because, and I see Miss Kess is on the screen now. I see her name at least, and at one time she was saying that prior to the COVID-19, well, last year, that the department was doing real well and had some little tweaks to take care of, and looked like they were doing such a great job. But after the employees started falling off, as I stated, for whatever reason, then that's when I guess some of the shorthanded start happening. But I guess I would like to hear some from Ms. Kess to see just what type of service she will provide, not being a auditor, but being to assist. I would like to hear something from her.
I believe I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What we wanted to address, we have, of course, a long-standing relationship with the city and are very familiar with all the staff members and people that work at the city and do business with the city. Just in our nature of being auditors for so long, we have developed these relationships. Where we consistently seem to have the problem in the city's books and records staying up to date is primarily staff turnover. When Ms. Pryor came into the finance director position, it was behind, and we have helped try to get them up to date. But as COVID exacerbated, if it's not up to date, it's so hard to get it up to date. So in speaking with the mayor and knowing what needs to be done at the city, we feel like with our experience with the city and the city's systems and the city's staff, that we can better serve the city as a safety net for the finance department. Because as you have staff turnover, we are familiar with everything. We can assist Ms. Pryor in jumping in when necessary, when new employees start, or when somebody leaves and there is a deficit. Then you might not have a staff member that you're paying, but that work is getting behind. So if we can step in on an as-needed basis to assist to keep things up to date with our familiarity with the system and what needs to be done, we feel like that would be better serving the city and accomplishing the goals of keeping things up to date so that we're not sliding back down the hill every time. And we're familiar. We know the system, we know the staff members, we know where the money's coming from, where the money goes. We have a greater knowledge of the general ledger so that we are able to step in when needed to help. COVID, they were on track, but from this audit last year to the year ended September 30th, 2019, I believe there's only one staff member left in the accounting department that was there last year. So there's a consistent working behind. Payroll, accounts payable, and revenue have maintained more of a steady pace, and that's getting all the information into the general ledger. But you still have to have reconciliations. You still have to make sure that everything is accounted for and that all the information is captured. So we felt like it would better serve the city to be a safety net, which would impair our independence and preclude us under our professional standards in issuing an opinion on an audit. But because we are familiar with it, we can help things keep up to date, work with the new auditor to help get the financial statements out much faster, keep everything up to date, and assist the city in doing any of the debt issue refinances that they need to do, and also just to help provide consistency when you do have staff fluctuations.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. And like I said, we are the legislative part, the mayor's administrative part, but I wouldn't feel comfortable on voting for an open-end contract, not knowing. It's just, that's just me now. Because we have you as a former auditor, we have a new, that's just like playing two auditors. And then we have a finance director. And not only a finance director, you made mention we got a turnover. Well, if we have a turnover, there's a reason for a turnover. Am I right or wrong?
Exactly.
I think that the mayor did address that, and you have had employees that have left to go other places within, I mean, Birmingham and Jefferson County is a very small community. If you have good employees in the finance department, other places are going to come after them. They just are, because there aren't enough to go around right now. And as far as good employees that can come in and do the work. And I understand what you're saying, and that cost is a concern. But if you're short employees, you've had those positions budgeted, so you're not spending that money on the employees, but you don't want the work to get behind.
I understand. That's correct.
Okay. Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm
Councilor
done.
Matthews. Okay. My concerns this issue this issue. Does this not create any type of conflict of interest? That's one. And I heard you say, Ms. Kais, I guess that's how you pronounce your name. You're saying that you all are much more aware of where the money is coming from and where the money is going. Seems to be a little more knowledgeable than us, to be over legislative and finances of the city. You privy to far more information than we are. And also with mayor being over administration, to be in a place where we're just about do not have a finance department. I mean, does that not send up a red flag for you somewhere? If we're about to, if you're asking us to into a contractual agreement with an agency, due to losing employees, and I'm certain who have been working here for the city of Bessemer anywhere from 1 to 20 something years, if not better, to be bought out by a totally different municipality. If that's their reason for not being here. Are we not? I mean, doesn't it seem much more sensible and far more feasible to be more competitive when it comes to our rate of pay than to have to go and enter into open contract that we don't know where our end lies as far as in getting this work done.
Council Pro Tem Russo, the city of Birmingham, Tarrant, Jefferson County compensates and at a greater rate and so than the city of Bessemer. I've lost police officers, I've lost firefighters, I've lost street and sanitation and so workers. If, for instance, I had a young lady that was a staff accountant here in the city of Bessemer. She went to Jefferson County as a principal and so accountant. There's no way that I can compete financially and so with those municipalities who already compensate and so more. Now, if since everybody wants to dance around and so the elephant in the room, I'll go ahead and something say, do I think that there are internal issues and so there are internal issues in every department and so that's in the city. And so, but then that's what we do. We work and so to make sure that we address and so the issues that and so that we are dealing and so with. Does the turnover and stuff bother and stuff me? Yes. The inconsistency and stuff bothers me, but I cannot stop an individual who chooses and stuff to leave this city for a higher rate of pay. And and that's what I have been experiencing in the accounting area and so of this city. And to go back to last year, yes, when we were almost at full staff, you did not see invoices of this nature coming from Kellerman and Wilson at that particular time because we had adequate and stuff personnel and stuff to do and stuff to work. And to answer further your question, no, it would not be a conflict of interest if I have disengaged Kellerman Wilson and stuff to do a job and engage in a totally different auditing company. There would be no conflict and stuff of interest in that regard.
Okay, with it not being a conflict of interest, given that you have at least a fresh set of eyes looking at the numbers, and I mean, I didn't know anything about an elephant being in the room, but if that elephant in the room is causing everybody else to leave out of the room, why you haven't considered moving the elephant?
Well, I think this conversation started off by me being over administration, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, no problem. I mean, I didn't know there was an elephant in the room. I was just
You
elaborating
did.
upon
Well,
what
you wouldn't have
said.
went where you went if you
Sir,
didn't.
I had no idea about an elephant being in the room, and I'm honestly, I'm speaking truthfully to you. But no problem. You said you'll leave it at that. You over administration, and you are absolutely correct. Did any other council have any more questions or concerns?
Madam Pro Tem.
Go ahead, Councilor Alexander.
Do we, Mayor Gully, do we not have a human resources department where we do hiring through the city of Bessemer? I'm not talking about the personnel department, but do we have a human resources department that's set up specifically for the city of Bessemer?
City of Bessemer does not have a human resource department.
Thank you.
Any more questions or concerns from the council? Well, I mean, I do have another concern. I briefly kind of touched on it, but nobody expounded, and I guess it's kind of hard to kind of pinpoint. I mean, what my concern is, knowing that we're saying that we're not financially in a position to be more competitive as it relates to our compensation. But once we enter into a contractual agreement that, God knows where the end is going to be, I mean, it would have been far more sensible. I mean, it's one thing to, have the buggy before the horse. As far as in, would have been in a much better position to company, like I said, offer better compensation than to enter into a contract that exceeds what we could have done as far as in compensating the experienced employees and knowledgeable employees that we already had in place.
Madam Pro Tem, this administration has given a cost of living increase to employees 8 of the last 10 years. Where we got so far behind is in the prior administration. I don't think in 8 years any form of cost of living and stuff was given. And so yes, I agree, but you can only and stuff pay and stuff for what you can afford. And if you cannot afford and stuff to give or compete and stuff with Birmingham's and Jefferson County, which are much larger, then and so what do you do? And so if you already were 8 years behind in compensation. So, you know, that's a discussion and stuff for a whole nother day, because we all know and so that financially we can't compete with some of the larger municipalities, especially given an 8-year head start.
Yes, sir. Another concern, as far as in, I mean, it's a bit much to present before us. You know, this resolution, you know, to enter into a contractual agreement. I mean, when I was counting the personnel that comes up on the Kellum Wilson and Associates, we have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different employees that's being paid anywhere from $250 an hour down to $75 an hour. I mean, those numbers can become astronomical. I mean, within weeks.
Madam Pro Tem, we are missing several key accounting positions in the city of Bessemer. One principal accountant, one senior accountant, one staff accountant. There's no way that the missing of those compensations in the city of Bessemer will even come close to what I'm asking of you all and so today when it comes to finishing an audit, which in so probably is going to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of about another month and so to finish, and engaging in such a accountant and a firm to do and so the audit.
Okay, so you're asking for to enter into this contractual agreement, which should roughly be roughly about a month. I know Councilor Matthews asked that for time and I didn't get an answer. So I mean, now roughly about a month we should be done with this with this resolution, with this contractual agreement, is what you're saying right now.
Lori, you want to speak to how long and so Kellum and Wilson?
Listen to this. Listen to this.
I beg your pardon?
I was trying to listen to see what Lori was saying. Go ahead.
Right now, if we help get the books and records ready for the 9/30/19 audit, now this is 9/30/19, then yes, I think 30 to 45 days. Not all of the people on that list work every single day, all those times. The list that Madam Pro Tem was referring to is our hourly rate per employee that is based on their experience level, that sort of thing. So it's just giving you a list of our rates. We would not have every single person on that list working on the city of Bessemer every single day, 8 hours a day. So just to put that into perspective. But I would say to get the 9/30/19 year end ready for the auditor and for us to help them make a smooth transition to that, I think 30 to 45 days is reasonable. If we want to, if the council sees fit and if we're able to assist, which I feel like we will be, we can help the finance department get caught up for the 9/30/20 year end so that those financial statements can be completed and the audit for that fiscal year end released hopefully by the end of the calendar year or by the end of January. Just if we can keep going, get caught up, that is going to increase the city's chances of refinancing their debt and being in a better position to see where you are into the next year. You know, that in working with the current accounting staff as much as I have, I think that is feasible. To at least have the books and records ready for the new auditors, the 9/30/20 books and records ready for the audit by the end of the calendar year. And then, you know, hopefully everything at that point is caught up. You are maintaining the staff you have, and the ultimate goal is for y'all not to need us at all. I mean, that is the ultimate goal. But I also care a great deal about the city of Bessemer. We have been there for a long time, and in the event that you do have staff turnover and you need us, we want to be available. My goal is not to charge the city a ton of money. It is to help the city get to where you need to be and help Ms. Pryor keep it there when she does have staff turnover, when those sort of things. So we're interested in serving the city of Bessemer at a fair price.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. As far as not the council, does any more questions or concerns on the council?
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Not much to say, but I would ask that all council people be respectful of all mayor of all great city and be respectful of one another when he's speaking. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilor Collier, I don't see where anybody was being disrespectful.
Yes, ma'am,
I think
it was.
This
I'm
is
not about to argue or disagree with you.
And I'm not about to argue
I just
with
made
you.
a comment. I just made a comment.
Yes, sir, and I'm about to make one as well.
Okay, well, go ahead,
now,
ma'am.
the thing that we need to take in consideration, that if we don't agree with something
agree and
as it relates,
disagree.
Okay, I gave you a chance to speak, Mr. Collier. Let me finish my statement.
Go ahead.
Disagreement does not mean disrespect. Please don't take that out of context. Now we're done with that. We're done with that.
Now you're not speaking with a child. You're not speaking with a child, man. You're not speaking with a child.
Do we have a?
You're not
Are we
speaking
going to
with
make
a
a motion
child.
on this?
If you're going to
make a
conduct the
motion
meeting,
on this?
order,
Mr. Collier.
Conduct respectfully. If you're going to conduct it, you're not screaming at a child. You're not screaming at a child. Respectfully.
Order, Mr. Collier.
Once you speak respectfully.
Point of order, Mr. Collier.
Speak respectfully, then, ma'am.
Are we going to vote on the? Anybody going to give a motion
Madam,
on this?
Madam Chair.
Please?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
can I ask Ms. Kess? And who knows? We want our books straight. We want finances straight. And it sound like Ms. Kess said something about the January, and I would be. Is that safe to say around February 1st, Ms. Kess?
And I want to clarify what I'm saying is if we and the finance department can get everything reconciled up through September 30th, 2020, and have all of the accruals and everything that needs to be done, if we can get that done, and help them get that done by the end of November or December, it will be up to the new auditor to establish a time as to when the audit can be completed. But you will have a better chance of getting your audit out in January or February if everything can be closed up and ready for the new auditor to audit. Right. So the bond issues, the date that the market is expected to have, that the market expects to have the audited financial statement according to the bond indentures, is by March 30th of each year. And heretofore, there has always been a filing of exception that it has not been there. We've gotten it's been there by June 30th, obviously not this past year, but prior to that, it had been there by June 30th. Our goal has always been to get it published and on the continuing disclosure, the Municipal Rulemaking Board's website, which is public availability for issuers. It's always been to get it there by March 30th because that is what is mandated in the bond issues. That's always been the goal. It just hasn't made it. But I do think if we can get everything up to date and if the new auditors can get on it timely, you should be able to release it prior to March 30th, 2021. That would be 19 and 20's audit.
Okay, thank you again. I mean, any more questions or concerns?
Well, I'm
Madam
just trying to
Pro
get, I'm just trying to get a date of engagement.
Yes.
With Miss Kess. That's all I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to get.
Yes. Are we going to make a motion? Anyone?
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'll say this, and then I'll just and I'll be finished. And so, but with COVID, employees leaving, I've given you all of the reasons why. I've also told you, and so that compensation for Lori Kess and Kellerman Wilson, and so there is a very great possibility that it will be reimbursed through the CARES Act. And even with all of that said, we ought to jeopardize $4 million in savings, and so from the market, refinancing our bonds right now, and so because and so forth, this like and stuff with me, I'm done. Thank
Tem. Madam Pro Tem.
What's the pleasure of the council, please?
Madam Pro Tem.
1 second, Council Marshall. What is the pleasure of the council concerning item 26?
Madam President.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Pro Tem.
Yes, Council Marshall.
I move the resolution.
Second. Yes, sir.
That's what I just did.
Without it, she just
I
did.
said
But
yes, ma'am.
yeah, she did say, but I had requested a engagement date, and I understand what you're saying, but if Ms. Kess just said March, why can't we just engage? And if we need her further than that, after that, then we come back. But I just can't see why we should have a date, not have a date in mind in the resolution.
Okay, roll call. It's been properly motioned and second. Roll call, Ms. Taylor, please.
Ms. Taylor, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. Councilor Alexander?
No.
Councilor Collier?
Aye.
Councilor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
I was muted. I'm sorry, but I'm going to come back with an amendment to the. I agree. But I'm come back with an amendment.
Councilor Thigpen?
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 nay. The motion carries.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, sir. Councilor Matthews.
I'd like to amend that to March 31st, 2021.
Okay, March, what's the date again?
March 31st, 2021.
21. Okay.
Mr. Matthews,
That's it.
Yeah.
should we, I mean, we don't really know how long. I mean, she's telling us, so maybe on or before.
Well, she did say she'd like to get it done by March. I'm just going by what she said.
Okay, so you're going to the 31st. Okay.
Well, in the event that she finishes before then, let's say on or before Council Matthew, sorry.
What she was saying about the market and what they would like, and if she would like, if she finished, she just said she don't want to charge this city a whole lot of money. So she's pretty much confident that March 31st is good for her.
Yes, sir. Yes,
that's
sir.
what it sound. That's what I heard.
Okay, well, we'll make sure that that resolution reflects the date of March 31st. Okay, 1 second.
No.
Madam President Pro Tem.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Collier.
Not Council Collier. Gully.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. My screen is
on
low. I don't see you.
On or before, you know. Go ahead.
I'm trying and stuff to understand and what the addendum for the date of March the 21st is, because I was under the impression that Kellerman Wilson in 30 to 45 days would be finished in stuff with their engagement and their assistance and stuff with the city. So are we engaging them to go forth and stuff to March the 21st to assist in stuff of the city beyond that particular stuff point? I'm just unclear.
That's the point that I was trying to make as far as in the amendment. I don't know what part when Councilor Matthews asked his question that she made and her answer was something dealing with March, but when I wrote down my notes, it says 30 to 45 days. She whatever services that they are providing should be completed at that time. So that's why I would like to recommend that we'll stay on or before, which will also limit and also include the time, the date that you're asking for on Council Matthews.
Madam Pro Chair.
Yes, Council Thigpen.
It's the 2000.
Who is it that's
Madam
asking
Chair,
for the
it was the 2019 that she was Ms. Kess was alluding to for 30 or 45 days. And what she was trying to do is to go over into the next year and have it ready for Standard & Poor's and have everything for to pass the ball on to the new auditor. That's what she made mention. That's why I went over into March. Into the end of March, on or before.
Okay.
And Ms. Kess can explain it to you better. You know, she just did, really.
Madam Pro Tem, what I was talking about, the 30 to 45 days, was to have the 9/30/19 numbers finalized for the new auditor to do an audit on the 9/30/19 numbers. If we can continue past that point and get 9/30/20 ready for the auditors, then the auditors should be able to issue the audit for 9/30/2020 by March 31st, 2021.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, that was the difference between the 30, 45 days was for the, right.
Okay.
To try to get the audit all the way up to date. Yes, ma'am.
By amending this resolution to on or before March 31st should afford you enough time to do both of those things that you just mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can we get a motion on the amendment of this resolution, please?
Well, I did motion it.
Okay, motion. Okay. A second.
Madam Chair, before we go through with that, I have a question. I'm with Mayor Gully on that. He said no more than 30 to 45 days.
It's two different things that that she's working to do, Councilor Alexander. Okay. So that's why we're saying on or before March 31st. That's what she just gave us clarity on. Can we get a second on the motion that's on the floor?
Second.
Okay. Our roll call, Ms. Taylor, please.
Councilor Alexander?
No.
Councilor Marshall? I'm sorry. Councilor Collier?
Aye.
Councilor Marshall? Councilor Marshall?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen?
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe?
Aye.
5 ayes, 1 nay, the motion carries.
Okay, item number 27, Ms. Taylor, please.
A resolution authorizing mayor to engage the principal and associates incorporated for professional auditing service.
Okay, does anyone want to expound upon item number 27? Who placed it on the agenda?
Madam President, this is Shan.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Actually, the appointment of the auditor is the mayor's, so we don't need a resolution for that, but the principal and associates had a contract on there. In light of the fact that Kellum and Wilson were withdrawing, we put it on the agenda in that fashion. I mean, so it is actually the mayor's appointment, but the contract on there for the auditor, we put in there for the council to approve that. So it reads that it's to resolution to appoint that for the mayor to appoint him, when actuality state law gives him the authority to do that. So I know that's not clear. I think you need, what I'm trying to do is approve the contract. Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, we get a motion. Do we have any further discussion or concerns on this item?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I move to approve the contract to engage Principal and Associates, Inc. for audit services.
Second.
Okay, it's been properly motioned and second. Ms. Taylor, please.
Councilor Alexander? Councilor Collier? Councilor Collier? Councilor Marshall?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen?
Aye.
Councilor Crusoe?
Aye.
6 ayes, 1 nay, the motion carries.
Item number 28, Ms. Taylor, please.
The Up and Up at McClellan's LLC located at 1904 A 2nd Avenue North, Bessemer, Alabama 35020, special retail more than 30 days alcohol license.
Okay.
Is that the upstairs event center on 2nd Avenue there?
Is that the Paisley and Pig?
Up over there.
The name of it?
Yeah, I think that's where it is. Who?
That is correct.
That's correct. I just saw your head nod. I couldn't hear you, but okay. Okay, I just wondered. I went to an event there, so that's what brought it back. Okay. It's been approved. So I move. It's been approved unless someone has a question. I move the resolution.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. It's been properly moved in second. Roll call, Ms. Taylor.
Councilor Alexander?
Aye.
Councilor Collier?
Aye.
Councilor Marshall? Councilor Marshall? Councilor Marshall?
Okay. Here I am.
Councilor Matthews,
Aye.
Councilor Thigpen, Councilor Crusoe.
Aye.
6 ayes, no nays, the motion carries.
Okay, number 29, Ms. Sager, please.
Council members' comments, statements, or motions.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Well, let's do this in an orderly fashion.
Okay, go ahead. We can start at 1. I get back.
District number 1, please.
Madam Chair, one thing, talking about those, try to talk when the president was talking, but I didn't want to interrupt it. The small sales, could we have our lawyer look into that and take lead on that instead of asking Shan to take lead? Could we ask Greg to take lead on that so we can get our information directly?
Well, with Attorney Payton being the city attorney, we'll be entering into Attorney Harris being counsel representation. If we're going to enter into a contractual agreement, wouldn't that fall on the shoulders? And I think the thing is, both of them would reach out to them. I'm just asking a question.
I can't hear you.
Didn't we say that, the attorneys to cutting the grass outside? I'm saying, didn't we speak to that a moment ago, saying that both of the attorneys will get together to reach out with Attorney Blankenship? Well, no. We're going to leave it with Attorney Payton, so we won't have any more discrepancies. We said Attorney Payton took on the responsibility of reaching out to Attorney Blankenship, so we won't have any further confusion about who we're waiting on. I mean, if you don't mind, can we just leave it there?
No, I was addressing that because I tried to speak when the president was speaking, but I didn't want to interrupt her. I kept saying, Madam President, not when you not when you were doing the Madam Pro Tem. So I was speaking to it, asking the council, would they mind? Them still getting, what I'm saying, both of them still reaching out, but he taking more of the lead on it because we're asking for the same information,
Okay, but Attorney Payton, didn't you can you speak to that? Didn't you agree to speak out to reach out to Attorney Blankenship on behalf of the city? Attorney Payton.
Madam Pro Tem, he had to step out for another meeting, but yes, he did agree to reach out to Mr. Blankenship.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I'll send my concerns
District 1, did you have any more issues or concerns?
No, ma'am. Send them into the mayor's office. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. District 2, please.
Yes, I have several issues and concerns. The first issue I have is there have been multiple shootings within the district. I'm trying to see, have Chief Roper, are we looking into this? Have we taken proper procedure or protocol to address these issues?
Okay,
I have Chief Roper speak to that. Good afternoon, Council.
Good
afternoon, Chief Roper.
Ms. Alexander, yes, we are very much aware.
Yes, sir.
Of a certain group, then you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
But we do have an investigation ongoing. I can't comment on that this time, but we do have an investigation ongoing.
Thank you so much. Also, with District 2, I just want to say congratulations to Miss Garrett. I know she retired from Bessemer Utilities with 21 years of service. So congratulations, Miss Garrett, on your retirement. Now you have every day is a Friday for you. Also, Bessemer has been, we have lost a lot of citizens in Bessemer. And I just want to say to the Page families, send my condolences. To Ms. Shauna Crane, I want to send my condolences. Also to the Stewart, Dap Stewart, their family. Mr. Stewart, he not too long ago just had a drive-by birthday.
Yeah.
And he passed. So I just want to send my condolences to those families.
Okay, are you done for District 2?
I'm done. I'll forward everything else to Mr. Norris.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. District 3. Well,
She's gone.
she stepped out. No problem. District 4.
I'll continue to forward my request through the mayor's office to Terrain.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, District 5.
I'll make just a couple of comments, and I'll continue to send everything else to Rain.
Yes, sir.
We need to look deep down inside, and we need to deal with how we do business. There's absolutely no reason that we should be in a council meeting 4 or 5 hours. We need to look at the whole structure of the agenda. We need to set an agenda, stay with an agenda. Items that don't pertain to the agenda ought to be set aside and dealt with in another fashion. Planning session, when we get back there. But I just see us straying so far from agenda and spending a lot of time that we could all be doing something productive. Secondly, I'd like to say when we came into office, for many of us, the city was in a financial wreck. And the mayor and the administration from that point on got in there and dug deep down and got things back on track and on a solid footing. I still believe that the city is on a solid footing. And the reason that we were able to do the rec center and the new city hall was because we got the finances in order and kept the finances in order. And in order for us to do some other things and take advantage of the low interest rates that are out there in the market now, you know, all of our finances have got to be in order. And there's no question in my mind. I have all the confidence in the mayor and Ms. Pryor heading up the finance area that we are in order. We just, through attrition and other people going to other places, we just need a little help in order to get things where they need to be, and I'm sure we're going to get them there. But I really, really think that we have got to look at the way we do business. It's not representative of us. We're better than this. And I just pray that we all look deep inside and see how we can figure out to make it all better. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. District 6, please.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. I'd just like to thank Chief Roper for his assigning the motor scouts to Flint Hill Road. I did thank him personally, but I want to thank him publicly because it did wonders on Flint Hill Road. Matter of fact, the Dodge Charger that I mentioned that was speed, it went straight into the motor scouts, and then after they got the ticket, he came back past my house doing about 10. So it really paid off, and the other ones that got caught as well. And thank you, Chief Roper, for your signing those motor scouts. I like to say, you know, it saddened me that I heard about Miss Helen Cooley had passed.
Yes.
And
yes.
You know, Miss Cooley, she did so much in this city all down through the years, and I hope we can find something that we might can, Mayor, if we can do something, a proclamation of some sort,
Yes.
and pass it on to her family,
Yes.
and all the council members sign it. I mean, it's I got a call. I don't think they brought her back to Bessemer, but I did hear that she had passed away. I don't know if you heard about it, but I heard about it last week. So, but if we can get together and do a proclamation for her, I think Miss Carol DeRamos has a lot of information in Smith Island on what she accomplished during her lifetime in Bessemer. from the Voters League standpoint and the Cooley Foundation.
Yes.
So, yeah. And pray for Mr. Cornelius Fancher. I don't know if y'all knew, I went and saw him a month ago, but he's real sick. Real sick. And I won't go into any details, but he's sick, real sick. And
I'm sorry, and pray for Erica Parker as well.
Okay. But and let me say, former council member Cornelius Fancher. Yeah. And let me say, just for announcement purposes, I meant to do it early, in Bessemer, where it's going to be on Shiloh Missionary Baptist Church, that's in Birmingham. This is the COVID testing. St. Peter Apostolic Church, that's in Birmingham. But in Bessemer, we have COVID testing. It's going to be Monday, September the 14th, and Tuesday, September the 15th, from 8 to 2. From 8 to 2. That's on Monday, September, and Tuesday, September the 15th. And Antioch Missionary Baptist Church in the Pipe Shop, Wednesday, September the 16th, and Thursday, September the 17th. And this has all been done by UAB School of Medicine on those dates. And we will pass this on, this entire message from Dr. Wallace with UAB.
And Councilor Matthews,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Now you said on September 14th and 15th. What's the location for those dates?
14th and 15th is Allen Temple AME.
Okay.
That's Tuesday, Monday, September the 14th, and Tuesday the 15th.
Mm-hmm.
And Antioch Baptist Church on the 16th and the 17th.
And so all of them are from 8 to 2. 8
to 2.
Yes,
And we'll send this entire schedule out to everybody so you'll have it. And pending is Flint Hill Baptist Church on Powder Plant Road. I spoke with Dr. Wallace this morning, so they're trying to. She's talked to the pastor Attaway there, and they're going to get a date set up for this forthcoming. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you. As for District 7, I have a few things that I would like to speak on from a continuation of last week. So some of it I didn't get a chance to speak on last week. I received several phone calls in my district, Mayor Gully, concerning, and I've spoke on this before. A lot of the dark areas in District 7. We have a lot of shots being fired. I had a homicide that transpired here in my district on last night. If you could speak with Chief Roper and the police officers as far as in kind of stepping up the patrol. I heard you mention a little earlier that we've lost a few employees throughout different parts of the city. So if there's anything that we can do as far as in kind of getting a little more patrol throughout District 7, I would greatly appreciate it. And as for I received phone calls from like the Dartmouth through Fairfax area, from 19th Street up to like 25th Street. We have the dirt bikes, the go-cars, the Chargers, the Mustangs just racing throughout the night, sometimes 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I would also like to give kudos off to, I wrote her name down, Officer Griffin. When I called her, I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, she was very professional and she got right on it. I mean, within minutes of making that call, the revving up the engines, racing up and down the streets, it came to a complete halt. So I would like to give kudos out to the officers here in the city of Bessemer, and in particularly Dispatcher Griffin. Let's see. Also, I'm certain. I think we do have a replacement in the place of Officer Litter for the environment officer? Do we or do we not, Mayor Gully?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And Chief Roper is still here in my office, listening to all your concerns
That's
as
fine.
well.
That's fine.
He and I will get together and make sure we do a look at the patrol.
Yes.
And increasing
And
patrol and stuff over there. Obviously, I'm aware of the homicide and all that, unfortunately, and stuff, a lot of times they're personal issues, but we can and stuff increase and stuff patrol over there when it comes to the vehicles and racing and stuff of vehicles, things of that
Yes,
nature.
sir. And also, as far as with the environmental officer, I've gotten a lot of and I witnessed it myself. We have a lot of inoperative vehicles lined up down the different streets. We also have double parking that has almost caused fatalities down in the Wellington, Alabama street area. Down in Jonesboro, we have a lot of kids and even vehicles that are being barely scathed from somebody easily losing their lives. So if we'll give a little more attention to that, I would greatly appreciate it. Another thing I want to touch on, I received phone calls concerning some of the customer service that our constituents are receiving, namely being Bessemer Utilities and Street and Sanitation. This is nothing personal. These are actually the complaints that I have received, and our citizens deserve far better treatment than what's being reported. They spoke in terms of the unprofessional attitudes, some of their calls going unanswered, some of the calls not being returned. And I think we need to give our employees here in the city of Bessemer, help them to understand who's ultimately responsible for their salaries. It's one thing that all of the police officers can't be in in the same place at the same time. It's one thing to be in the middle of a pandemic and already falling shy on not having the necessary funds to pay your bill. All of those stressors are already in place. And the least we can do is afford them a professional persona and atmosphere when they speak and when they reach out to us. So if you'll give some attention to that, I would greatly appreciate it. And I also want to give kudos to our very own Miss Angela Coleman. I had some phone calls again that came through, and one of the ladies told me, she said, "I'm gonna be honest with you, Councilor Crusoe. I had really given up hope on thinking that I was gonna get some assistance or some help on getting this issue resolved." She went on to tell me that she's dealing with some of the things that I just made mention of. Has a husband who's been in the hospital since the beginning of the year, and she said, but when she reached out to our assistant, Miss Angela Coleman, she said she almost forgot that she was calling to file a grievance. That how professional and courteous that Mrs. Coleman was. And I want to, make sure that we acknowledge the fact that, we have one sitting right under our nose that even in our absence, she really exemplifies the persona that we want to be portrayed as the city councilors here in the city of Bessemer. And I want you to know, Ms. Angela Coleman, that's if you happen to be on the line, that we greatly appreciate all of the effort and professionalism that you set forth in representing us and the city of Bessemer in our absence. Councilor Matthews, you touched on it before I had an opportunity to. Yes, Dr. Helen Cooley, she did pass, and that is a great loss here in the city of Bessemer. She has impacted so many lives throughout the decades here through it started off as the James Cooley Foundation, which was named after her husband. And for years, me and my family they had a chance to experience the love. Matter of fact, it was my first summer job was there at the Cooley Foundation, which we affectionately titled the Center. And I was also wanting to take the time to reach out to Mayor Gully on us. I think I already have a biography. I had to speak at her funeral on Saturday. We can also reach out to Mr. Ramos, to get as much more information to pull together to show her family just how impactful she has been here in the city of Bessemer. And I wanted to also reach out to you, Councilor Collier, being that is in your district, where the center lies on my side of the tracks, where it's been demolished now, but her home is actually right there on First Avenue. If we could get together to possibly do an honorary street for her, because I mean, it's not a kid that grew up, I mean, it's safe to say in the city of Bessemer, but more so the Jonesboro, Burstall area that Ms. Cooley didn't impact their lives. So again, any other issues or concerns that I have, I will forward those on to the mayor's office. But again, if we could kind of talk with our employees, I mean, one thing about it's a professional way to even say no. We would greatly appreciate that. Okay, so that's it for item 29. Did anyone else have any more concerns? Can I get a motion, please?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, second. Okay, everybody have a blessed evening.